cultural planners. Oh wow, suddenly it became so quiet. Right, just take your seat. And so a little bit again about today. Welcome to the third day of our Cultural Planning Conference Cities in Flow, taking place from Riga. Happy to see you in Zoom and also in YouTube session. We have the same link for Zoom, a new link for Zoom and also a new link for YouTube, so hopefully everything is all right. If you can't reach us through Zoom, please check our Facebook page and there's a new link to YouTube so you can follow the conference online. And of course, happy to see you here on the third day. For me personally, the most exciting day because we're talking about the future and the new plans, and this is the most crucial moment of the project as well to prove that we have succeeded and also to prove that it has a future, it has a continuation. And I think it thrills me. Yes, right. Anyway, so we're going to have a very large panel today. We're going to have also a little bit of presentation, also a little recap on Minecraft activities today. And so it's well packed like any other day during the conference. Also, it's going to be still quite cold, so probably you can get closer to each other. Like maybe like not too close, because it's the last day. You don't want new friendships to be ruined and everything. But anyway, before I go any further, I just wanted to remind you two important things, and these two things are two upcoming labs. This is not the last event during the project. We have two more larger events, and this is Urban Lab Denmark, and it's going to be an urban lab on children and youth taking place in Guldborgsund and Copenhagen from 24th to 25th September, so it's basically already next week. So follow up for more information on our Facebook page. And of course, Urban Lab Kiel, Urban Lab on Anchoring, Diffusion and Learning Strategies, taking place on 29th of September. So that's the week after. So it's still very active, still very actively culturally planning going on. But keep this in mind. So very important for you not to remember that the project is still going on, and it will. But I'd like to give word to Ekaterina Lavrinets from Vilnius Tech University and a non-governmental organization Laimitis.lt, and Olaf Gerlach Hansen, who is actually from Danish Cultural Institute, also one of the officers of all, like the Duke of the cultural planning, probably. I don't know. I don't know. You can explain that yourself because you are a person of multitasking. And it's going to be an introduction on hubs of cultural planning. How will we grow the use of the cultural planning method in the Baltic Sea region? So this is definitely going to be the beginning of the future presentations. And I think I'm also going to give you the words and step off from the moderator table, and you're going to moderate after on from me for a while. Thank you very much. Enjoy the day.
Now it's working. Warm welcome to this launch of the Baltic Sea region cultural planning hubs. And this is the launch of the network of BSR cultural planning hubs and the hubs themselves in each of the countries and regions which are here. And if they are not here, we will, share the information on it, or it will be done virtually by the respective people. Yeah. So should I just say a few words on what we are doing now? Yeah. Ekaterina will give a quick input to what this is about. You can say the launch, where each who are here will just give a very brief mention of which country and region are they representing through the hubs they have formed, or and who is part of it, which members do you have, or do you may intend to sort of reach out to? Because we are still in the launch, and in the launch everything is not finished. It's a dynamic process, of course, for each of us when we are doing this. So that is it, and after that, you, my dear colleague Ekaterina, will moderate 4 questions where we have more sharing on sort of how we see this, you know, with 4 key questions you will introduce. And after that, we will conclude with sort of a vision forward. Yeah. So that's sort of the agenda for the next hour and 10 minutes.
Which we hope will be inspiring. Olaf, I will need a microphone. Thank you so much. So we hope that this session will also inspire you. And in one way, it draws the perspectives for cultural planning in the Baltic Sea region, and from the other, it draws upon these days we have you, and these years we have been cooperating with you. As during these days, we have been exploring how citizen-driven cultural development of the neighborhoods, which may start from small changes, contribute to the improvements of living environment and social climate. I loved the remark by Jonas made yesterday when he pointed out that small changes happen on the strictly the superpower of cultural planner and people in culture who can tackle societal changes happening in the city and growing little by little, starting from our streets. So culture is really central to vitality of all neighborhoods and increases emotional and physical well-being, empowers the communities, and to support this growth, which happening little by little. And it's really very sensitive process. And in many cases, it's small steps. But we need a cooperation to grow it with many actors, with authorities. During the Urban Cultural Planning project, we have developed the ecosystems, which you can also see on the screen. The cooperations with all the mentioned actors, important for the cultural planning field, region with which we cooperated. But we have this feeling that during these several years, we strengthened these connections with various actors. And now we're happy to announce, as Olaf already started, that we are launching and we're in the process of launching these hubs of cultural planning, which are needed to root, share, and further develop the knowledge that was generated within this project, Urban Cultural Planning project, in partner regions, and which is needed to tackle and respond to societal and ecological challenges through participatory approach, participatory culture. So we see the hubs as focal points and resource for facilitating the use of the cultural planning method through guidance, support of implementing the methods connected to cultural planning, and capacity building. So we also developed instruments which are helping transnational teams. It's Urban Cultural Planning online platform, including the Urban Toolkit, transnational gaming resources, and policy roadmaps. So you will know more about these methods and tools during upcoming sessions, but they are the important instruments for us to facilitate, and it's really intriguing, and it was really interesting to see how different the implementation of cultural planning is in each city, country. Our precious panelists, I hope it will, you can see. Yes, but there is a next slide. Oh, okay. So here we have our precious panelists who also represent the growing hubs in different Baltic Sea region countries and regions. And some of them, to present whom you see here, and after that I will give the microphone to you just to make some introduction of yourself. So we have Guntars Ruskuls, Riga City Development Department, Head of Strategic Management Board. Hello. Yeah, so please welcome our panelists. We have Kati Fager, City of Pori Cultural Unit. Nice to have you all. Park Ring Association from Kaliningrad, Northwest Russia. Hello, Vera, I hope that you hear us. We have Dirk Schelje, Head of Henrik Boll Foundation, Germany. We have, of course, Olaf Gerle Hansen, Danish Cultural Institute, Denmark, and we hope that Trevor Davis, Copenhagen International Institute, Denmark, will join us. And I know that among our audience, there are so many partners, actually, which already are participating in hubs of cultural planning, so your contribution will be really valuable in the section of questions, maybe. So then I will pass the microphone to our panelists so that they could present themselves. Right, Olaf?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, so maybe. You have already. Oh, great. Okay. Yes, good.
Okay. So hello, everybody. My name is Kati Fager, and I'm representing city of Pori from Finland. And in our hub, we also have a few other organizations which I'm very grateful for. So we have Cultural Planning Finland, an NGO dedicated to cultural planning and who operates throughout Finland. They have been a very close cooperator for us. So with this
for example, 1 year with the city together. So we have some stuff to establish cultural planning as a method in different districts in Kiel. That's we do this. I can tell more afterwards.
Department. Actually, in my board, it's a strategic management board. We put this hub in this new division.
Kristina established hub per se, but we have a very well-established cooperation on cultural planning. Gdańsk City Culture Institute, I may be mistaken when it comes to the name, Polish Association of Urban Planners, City of Gdańsk in different forms, Pomorski region in different forms. But we have also established through our programs that we additionally done in the region on nature.
And lastly, we also want to introduce Mihailo Gluboki from Izolatia. This application we may also want to reach out more, and there is of course opportunity for Estonia and Norway and for instance as part of the Baltic Sea region to set up such hubs. But we foresee, and we also have a Swedish, which we'll introduce, which we have a connect with. I'll come to that. But beyond that, we actually foresaw that we could connect also with Belarus and Ukraine. And Ukraine as one of the NGOs who are working nationally in Ukraine on this field here. And so we are inviting you just to give a few words on your situation, and potentially also then to maybe at some point we could connect also in the structure of hubs. So please, Mihailo.
Thank you so much, Olaf. Thank you so much, Katerina, for having me here. Yes, my name is Mihailo. I work at Izolatia. It's a foundation from Ukraine. We were established in Donetsk, in the east of the country. And I'm really actually happy to be here in this place, and I'm really thankful to organizers to have it right here, because this place, the former, and I hope that our hometown, our space in Donetsk will become something similar in the future. We've been working with methods of cultural planning for some time. Of course, we didn't know that it called like this, but we worked a lot with local people, with children, and we developed a lot of cooperations in our cities. But what I'm really happy about is to see that there is a lot of support coming from local municipalities, that people in city governments really understand what it is about, why it's needed. And this is something that we lack in Ukraine now, but it seems like it's getting better, and we have a much more dialogue with the city authorities that we used to have before. So it looks really inspiring. I really hope that we will be able to join the network and to use methods we saw during these 3 amazing days. And we will be super happy to become one of the hubs.
Thank you, Mikhailo. And also we have Vera, who joined us online from Kaliningrad. So Vera, please, if you hear us, could you also shortly, hello, it's nice to see you, to introduce yourself
Hi,
and to,
hello.
and to introduce your cooperation, local cooperation.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Nice to be here online. I represent Park Ring Kaliningrad, which is an urban development project and in a classification of cultural planning actors, we belong to community organization, and our aim is to make Kaliningrad green again, to create a connected network of public green spaces, and based on historical green belt in Kaliningrad. So we basically a group of citizens who want to promote this project, and therefore we need a lot of support from all kind of actors and stakeholders, from local residents, from local businesses, and of course from local authorities. So, and we are not official partner of the project cultural planning, but we were involved on different stages of this project, and therefore we are very well aware of the methods and everything. And we have also some discussions with possible partners and members of our regional Northwestern Russian hub of cultural planning. We have there some cultural institutions, educational institutions, and we're working on involving there some local authorities members, and believe that we will make, we will succeed in it.
Thank you so much, Vera. So let's move to the questions, and I will address each question for the short round to hear the answers from the partners. So we will do it both offline and online. So cultural planning as a method for community development is characterized by focusing on citizens, cultural resources, and using certain phrases for achieving its goals. There is, however, a very wide range of the ways, of forms, how cultural planning can be implemented, and we learned about it during these days. I wanted to ask our partners what format of cultural planning did you and your team enjoy the most, and what is your experience in urban planning in your cities? How do you implement it? What is the process of implementation? But for the short round. So who will start? Mikhailo will decide who will start. Okay.
Okay, so maybe I will start as the mic is closest to me. Thank you. And well, first of all, I'd like to say that I've been totally new to cultural planning as such before the project started, and before I was involved to it. And what was really extremely valuable for me was the citizen involvement and the inclusiveness. So the method character itself, because I find it really extremely empowering for the citizens and for the people. And I think that it is democracy in the making on the lowest level. And I think it's extremely important. And the other aspect that I thought was of huge importance in this method and the project itself is the fact that through using the method, you in a way make spaces and places more meaningful to us. And it is because, on one hand, citizens can have influence on them, hopefully. They can become co-creators. But on the other hand, they get so much more knowledge on the place through the getting to know, if you want to influence, you have to know more. So I think that, to me, these were the huge values and other huge values there. But I'm speaking on myself, on behalf of myself, and I'm sure that from the team at SARS there might be different impressions. I'm not sure whether it's the moment now to ask somebody from the audience if they would like to add something, or whether we just
Maybe
make
in
the
the
round
beginning, let's
later
do the
on.
round.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. Gunters?
Yes, if we speak about methods, I think the most difficult thing is to start process, and this mapping of resources, mapping of local areas, mapping of resources in this space where you are working. This is, I think, very important, and culture planning give us this method. What I enjoy the most, I enjoy in this project that we have opportunities to meet a lot of interesting people in neighborhood and actually in this urban style living society, and we can bring them to international communication. They can share experience and they can learn, and we can bring international experience to the neighborhoods as well, because some artist residence works with the local people. There is some minuses because maybe some things we have to do more simply because of the language barrier. For instance, in Baltics it is, I don't, probably in Denmark or in Finland is less, but in Baltic states it is a problem. It's maybe it's could be more inclusive if it more will be in local languages. But this international thing, what you can bring to the neighborhood, it is very, very, very important. And for me, I'm really enjoy cultural planning project as a person, as a bureaucrat. I hope I'm creative bureaucrat, because like Charles Landry, father was a creative bureaucracy, said, I hope I'm not working in ping pong department. What yesterday comment says that they are usually can reach something from the public sector only ping pongs. So as a person, as a creative bureaucrat, I now see to the culture aspects from the another side, a more wider view, not like economical benefit or not like extra, some entertainment or entertain people, but as a very crucial thing for cross-sectoral this social innovation what you can do. Because community development in Riga actually is rather strong, more than a decade, but thanks by UCP project, now we can put more this cultural aspect as a method for community development, much empowering communities.
Thank you so much. Dirk, please.
Thank you, Gunters. I can start with the city of Kiel. The city of Kiel is cultural planning is a part of the whole creative strategy, as Annette yesterday told. So it's creative bureaucracy on the one side. The administration should be able to work with these methods, but on the other side it's the development of districts, of neighborhoods. So, and in the framework of the transformation we will have in the next 20, 30 years, we need to have. So, and we need to have methods to bring the voices of the people in the discussion. And this is what we German-wide see, that the approaches of participation don't function. They don't function. They say, okay, they talk to the people, and 5 years later they realize the project and the people don't know anything about it anymore. And this is the way spatial planning works in Germany. It takes this time, and they have always this problem. So, and this is a point where cultural planning comes in. So it brings the voice and the meanings, the matters of the people inside the discussion. And like Watson Bock says, politics always promises solutions, but they are not able to make their work, even no solutions. So on the other side, art has a very, very important position. And without art, we could see in the pandemic time, without art, everything is nothing. So at the end, so it's very important. This is part of this strategy. So for us, it's very important, but with a focus on districts and neighborhoods and the development of neighborhoods, inclusion and all these things.
Thank you so much, Kati.
Yes. From Pori side, we presented in more detail our project yesterday, but I think we had many methods in use. We had events and exhibitions and art interventions and whatever. But I think the most important event that we had was the 6-week pop-up shop Poris. That was kind of the research center about the Pori City Center that we had, and we asked people's opinions in there and asked them to write them on post-it notes, and also had so many good conversations. So I have very similar kind of feelings that the other people here and especially Christina voiced it very well, that it's all about the connection and that you meet the people and you listen to the people. In Poris we had many people who came in and they were like angry about we want to change the mayor or we are the city council, they are not doing anything. And then we just, okay, well that's your opinion, you can write it down and put it on the wall. And then they were like, really? I can do that? Wow. And then they weren't so angry anymore. And then we got into those actual conversations, and then we found out that they actually have some development ideas and what do they feel about the city and so, but when we heard them that they are angry and it's okay, then after that it was fine. And other people were like, I don't have any opinion and I don't really feel anything. And then you were just talking and how's the day and so, and then after a little while they actually had opinions and they had development ideas and so it's really about the connection, I think.
Great exercise, Katya. And I will ask Olaf about the experience of Danish Cultural Institute.
Yeah, seen from Danish Cultural Institute and you know also now that we are setting up a hub in Denmark, for me the most significant of the method is actually that it's a general method which can actually be applied to any community issue which matters to citizens, which matters locally. And through its you know use of arts and culture, or the cultural approach, and the steps taken, and all the endless ways you can actually take it into practice, because there's a broad sort of way of approaching the adaptation to the local realities, which are appropriate. This means that it's so useful, and that is also why I think we can really. Now moving from having focused on the method in 3 years, that we are more clear and share sort of the idea of what is actually the common thing. It's easier then to and we have demonstrated in practice all these variations that we can actually also now grow it and work on with each others in all sort of different formats. You know, I think that is because it's useful for so many things.
Thank you, Olaf. And Vera, could you please share your experience?
Yes, thank you for what you mentioned. I also think it was important. We also think that it's very valuable for us to participate in urban labs, because it's an opportunity to exchange experience between different countries and also stimulate discussion in the local context, because sometimes you can find some best practices locally, and otherwise you wouldn't ever know that it exists, and this experience should be well known and replicated. And actually it's very important for us also to be included in this wide framework of cultural planning and yeah, to be connected to this network of cultural planning promoters.
Thank you, Vera. So, as you see, cultural planning needs partnerships between various sectors, institutions, NGOs, experts, artists, and of course, groups of residents and with authorities, of course, which is very important. And we have our experts in establishing partnerships. So, from different, when you look at the partnerships from different perspectives, for example, I am working from the NGO perspective. This question is very difficult, you know, how to establish the partnership with other institutions, especially official institutions. It's a challenging question. But could you please share your experience of how you establish partnerships? It would be very helpful for different levels of the organizations which are participating in cultural planning. Thank you. Maybe we will start from Kati now.
Yes. I think in Pori we had the luxurious situation of having some experience already about the cultural planning method or similar kind of projects that we have had before. So we already had like city planning department and Turku University who were kind of on board and knew what this was about. So in that way it was easier for us to connect them and have them on board. And then also because we had Pori City Center as the focus point, and we had a new NGO that was focusing also on the same area. So that was also like a match made in heaven. so that way we had these similar interests that was eased up very much of the starting point of the cooperation. So, but of course we had different cooperators also, and not everything was so easy. So, but I think it's very much about finding the organizations that have the same interests, but also then finding the real people that are in the same kind of how do you say, in the same mindset. Yeah. So that we find that the chemistry and the cooperation are going strong.
Thank you so much, Katya. So please, Dirk, share your experience because it's something to learn from, really.
Yes. So there are two different dimensions. So one is the local level. If you go to Kiel, then we have the questions how it can work with the different departments of the city. If you work with the social department, it's something different as if you work with the planning department. So in the moment, it's good that it comes from the cultural side, but the name is planning. So the planners have to go inside the discussion, but this is an interesting story, and also with the other NGO partners, they are surrounding the economical parts or the cultural parts, the social parts, to get them involved. But our view is also on the German-wide perspective. And if you look on the German-wide perspective, Kiel has 0.3% of Germany. So it is, I think, who can account, so how many times Germany-wide is the potential. And then there's another discussion, because if you speak from cultural planning, you really, in the discussion, are very far on the side of the planning. And that means that the cultural activists are in distance to this. And at the 29th, we will have Franco Bianchini, and perhaps someone remembers that he said, oh, cultural planning, we can talk about cultural planning, but we must also speak about cultural activism. And I think this is very important to also, on this level, bring more the thinking about activity, intervention, all this art in public sphere, interventional art in public sphere, and so all these things in the discussion. And that is very necessary to have conferences and meetings to get out this expression. Otherwise you will come only in this normal planning way, and then it's the spirit will get away. So, and this is where the way we'll find partners on the German-wide level, so federal level. That's interesting.
Fantastic. So formats of cooperation are very important. So Gunther, please, you're head of strategic management, which means that you establish a lot of cooperations around as well, I think.
Yes, we are, and I try to explain my experience together with experience in Urbcultural projects. Yes, actually, we have very good cooperation with NGOs, with communities, more than a decade. It is our neighborhood project or neighborhood platform, what we established in the city from 2009. We divided city in 58 neighborhoods and start to promote community development in these geographical locations. In the start will be only 3 neighborhood organizations, and then like snowball is, now is like avalanche actually, is approximately 40. And it is very good partners for us to debate different development projects. And of course, there's a lot of requests from them as well, because they are very good organized organizations. But when we were invited in UCP project, I found possibility maybe this neighborhood platform shift to the next level, because I found some similarities when Olaf, Simon, Emils, and Travis come to me and ask for participation. I understand nothing actually about this, what they are talking about. But yes, I saw that Trevor Davis was very devoted and very enthusiastic, and I believe him, and okay, we will participate. And now we understand, yes, and now we understand. First, what I understand, what Travis says is that community artist will be community driver. It's okay. It's very good thing, because in 90s creative quarters in Riga as well is like unclaus. It's not very inclusive. It is like a club for hippies or for punks or for other. And now it's like they are dealing with community. It's new opportunity. Another things, what we understand, how this culture activist, we can involve in city atmosphere, city life, is artists as educators. 3 weeks ago, we had a big scandal here in Riga about one mural in opposite of very prestigious secondary school before 1st of September, where kids are returned to the school after summer holidays. It was a contemporary art picture, a little bit controversial. I think for kids it doesn't care about it, but mothers and fathers are fighting against it. No, it's not very good. So why I say it? Because our partners in a project, and mostly artists who are dealing with urban activism, it's a little bit different from mainstream society if we speak about norms and behavior. And maybe if they can educate that counterculture or alternative culture is a culture as well, and it is more maybe participate culture. And this is supposed to be, it's very, very important if we speak about it. So this is why we are happy that we can bring to this team, which we are cooperate, NGOs and artists as well. More problem if we go from society more to this bureaucratic structure. In our this stakeholder group was a ministries and other departments, but then is especially if you are not in municipality but in some state structure, I think they are more far from the people. Municipality is more close to the people, and they are more dealing with the political of this. It's our probably last question will be about Baltic Sea region. It's always like a little bit what is it? Yeah, but if you are close to the people, you more understand and more feeling result of this project and other activities what you have.
Thank you, Gunters. Mikhailo, could you also please shortly share your experience? Because you're working, Izolyatsia is working with many municipalities, as far as I learned, in the Ukraine. So it's interesting, your perspective is interesting here.
It's interesting that recently there has been big movement toward decentralization in the country. So a lot of new communities, new cities basically were formed before they were a part of bigger cities or regions. And these places have new management and new departments of culture, and a lot of them don't know exactly what to do. They have some ideas, but they haven't been working as an independent entity before. And it's really interesting that some of them are coming to us asking for some support to develop the programs. So there is movement like this going on in Ukraine, and we are really happy that these people are not just want to sit in the office and do standard things, putting papers into folders, but instead they're reaching out to independent organizations to start collaborating. And also since 2014, there is a big movement toward creating new cultural institutions, because for years there hasn't been much opportunity for local people to practice democracy. As Christina said, there was no way to collaborate with the city and to do anything else. And these people are also leaning towards city governments to propose their ideas, to propose their resources, and it's all sounds really exciting right now.
Thank you, Mikhailo. Christina, please, you're an expert in Baltic cooperation, so please share your experience.
Well, I understand that we will be coming to the Baltic issue later on. When it comes to experience on establishing partnerships in the region, I would say that, well, my experience and opinion is that it's been extremely easy when it comes to partnerships between institutions like Culture City, institutes, universities and other NGOs, because they are practiced in working partnerships, including international partnerships. And they, I think, tend to be more open to innovative solutions and to changing their ways of thinking and functioning. It's been a bit more difficult, and I think it will always be more difficult when it comes to involving administrations, because they tend to be more concentrating on solving managing matters, managing issues, and it's more difficult to reach them probably and convince them that they should be more open. However, there are always some entities or some departments or some people there who are more open and more understandable, and it's extremely important to reach them in order to have this huge administration involved. But I think that in general, in order to have a good partnership, it's extremely important to have a good leader, somebody who is devoted to the issue, believes in it, and knows what wants to be doing, to have a vision where you want to go, and have a plan for it. And then I think it really can be successful, whether it's city, region, country, or Baltic. Thinking about a broader perspective that is in Poland, I would try to use the Association of Self-Governments, and we have 5 key of them. These are associations of cities, regions, rural communities, etc. And I think it would be worth trying to sell the method and the approach to them. When it comes to the Baltic, I understand we will come to that later on.
Thank you so much, Christina. And I will ask also Olaf to share
Well, I think at least in the Danish side, the method has been sort of gradually been developed in different ways for at least 30 years. I worked with Trevor 30 years ago, first time, and I remember things were happening. And I would say just then to the issue of inclusion, I think is so important when you talk about partnership. Because I think on the one hand, cultural activism is enormously important, and activists need to be seen as resources, which you can draw in, and because you need energy, you need that kind of sort of drive also to engage people. At the same time, of course, some kind of activism can end up in being more sort of not inclusive, because it is only the activists, and which are maybe excluding other people who feel differently and are not that type, and that's why I say inclusion is really the key thing, that you also make sure that you have all these. If you're working in a sleepy district, it's good to have some of the sleepy people involved, if you could get that, so to say. I mean, you have to make it inclusive, so you hear everyone and you include everyone. I mean, that is the real thing if you want to work with culture. I think that is how you can do that, and that is a trick. So it is, and that is a danger, and that's why planning isn't that, I mean, it's a boring word, and of course it's planning department, but on the other hand, it is also to see the whole picture, you know. So if you look at it that way, I think actually it's quite important. Apart from actually it's about public space, and it is where you know, where this belongs, you know, in a sort of technocratic sense. So I think this connect is really interesting, and I think there has been, the good thing I think in the Danish experience is that this has developed, so it is very much now both anchored in many cities and sort of other sort of community organizations, as but it's not necessarily recognized as cultural planning, but it is often. And now I want to give the word to Ekaterina, who could say something from the Lithuanian experience, because you have not said anything on that, and you are actually the one that in that hub.
Thank you so much, Olaf. So Kati mentioned this chemistry, and really I believe that what makes institutions alive and creative is people within these institutions. And what I also found during this 3 years project was that it's really persons within institutions which make sense of these institutions. And we had this experience of certain people going from one institution to another, for example, as it happened to Christina, but also it happened to Ruta Stepanovaitė, who now is our also associated partner from UBC CCC, and now she moves to Lithuanian Council of Culture. And because of the connections to the persons, you rearrange also the ecosystem, but it still works because people are motivated and interested in the process. So that's the most important part, to find these partners, real people you can come together and discuss things. And now I would like to ask also Vera about her experience, because in Kaliningrad, during Kaliningrad Urban Lab, they had fantastic discussions with their partners from St. Petersburg about why cooperation is needed and how it can be used. So Vera, please share your experience on establishing cooperation within your region.
Thank you. So I'd like to remind that we are in a classification of cultural planning. We are a community organization, and we don't have much power power to have real influence on authorities. And talking about partnership with authorities, it is quite hard right now, because local authorities, I mean Kaliningrad region, is now quite far away from the ideas of cultural planning and participation. So we try to establish partnerships with cultural institutions and other organizations that are working in the field of urbanism, cultural projects, also in Kaliningrad region and in St. Petersburg. So we are trying to find common interests, intersections of our aims and goals, and use our accumulated social capital and professional networks in order to find partners for our cultural planning hub.
Thank you, Vera. So now let's move to the question of the resources. So what resources are needed to grow cultural planning in our cities, regions, and countries, and how we can anchor cultural planning in our cities and countries?
So I understand yes, I'm starting. So I would come back to the same issue. We need people, and we do have key people on whom we can base, and we just cherish them and based on their experience and their abilities. We would definitely need, as I said, the vision and the plan, and we cannot do it without special funds, wherever we can find them, because I don't think it's possible to do it just everything on voluntary basis. So I would understand that identifying devoted person leader in a given place, then thinking about the way where we want to go and trying to find a program or other sources from which we can finance that. I think that this is key things.
Thank you. So okay, Gunther.
Yes, I think we have some funding, some programs during the project. We understand that we can reorganize some fundings, especially for more long-term support. As I said yesterday, that Kaspars Lielgau is married with this building for 25 years. Of course, it's probably he needs some support from the city for different event like this, and it's like social work. It's in neighborhoods when we have such a buildings and such activists, we not need a conventional cultural house, for instance. Yes, but yes, main resources is our people. Yes, and how we can find these local heroes and how we can support and how we can make this continuity, because if this person in territory alone, it's definitely will be burnout after 5-6 years, and it have to be a teams, yes, and this is maybe we have to make some programs for how we can develop teams in different neighborhoods or spaces and cities which can implement these ideas of Urbcultural planning.
Thank you, Dirk.
Yes, I totally agree. We need staff for this, otherwise it will not work. And on the local level in Kiel, I think it will work. So now there are many people convinced. But for the follow-up, if we go to Schleswig-Holstein or we go to the German-wide perspective, then we need more of these international projects, because we need to convince people with the experiences from others. Germany is totally different in this. If you go look to Scandinavia or to Great Britain, Canada or something, then they have a history in this. In Germany, the history is totally different. So art is normally not connected to planning. And so it is a long road we have to go. But we have good materials with a roadmap. This is very good, I think. With a toolkit, we have a very good toolkit. So there is material for new projects. And also we should have perhaps a perspective over the Baltic more in other parts of Europe. So that could be also an interesting thing to have projects also with other partners in other parts of Europe together. But we should work in this network. Should not lose the connection. Otherwise, it goes down, down, down. So we must hold the level.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Katja?
Yeah. I agree very much with Dirk that yes, we need the people and we need the projects also, because at least in Pori there's very little resources for this kind of development work and innovation work and continuing with the participatory methods and everything. So the projects are really needed to do the extra little thing and also to keep up with the networks. And I also agree that it's very important to keep these connections so that we can establish new cooperation and so on. And yes, it would be very interesting to have also like new countries to come along and so.
So thank you so much, Katja, and then I will ask Olaf.
Yeah, resources are really important, but I think this is micro projects we are talking about. It's not mega projects, which many cities also look into, and at least the bigger ones. And in the micro, you need some support for the facilitation for the processes, which is, I think, and basically you need that if the method is recognized, it's much easier to connect it with meaningful connections in the city, or where there are existing resources to connect with. I'm not saying this is easy, but I think sometimes smaller things are as difficult as mega projects. I mean, in spite of the difference in the economy, because just to spend the time to identify the resources and this can be difficult if there's not a system for it. So I think to have some systems for making these micro things happening is really, really important. I think it's a big thing for urban cultural planning. I saw it when we started the project as that way, and I still think that is the issue. And I think a lot has happened in this project, many places on that. And that is why I think it's wonderful, because this is also a recognition to find micro resources.
I agree. From one hand, I saw how inspiring it is for municipal workers of smaller units. We have in Lithuania this structure of small municipal units in each region, administrative units. They're really small, 2 people per unit. And these units are in very close connection to the residents of the areas. And if you bring these people to transnational cooperation and show them how other communities work and what kind of resources they have, it is such an inspiring thing for them, so that when they come back, they suddenly understand how much resources, knowledge, skills, green areas they have. And they really observed these kind of changes within other projects. And from other hand, we have community funds for small funds up to 3,000 euros for communities. But if communities in the neighborhoods are not, they do not have further perspective what's next. So they have money for some event, they arrange some festival, and that's all actually. It's without any perspective. So we need really these connections to the experts, artists, in educational institutions maybe, just to provide some perspective for the communities, how they could really rationally use these small resources which could work for them. So it's also about the criteria which could be used. I do not know, maybe Dirk wanted to say something, I don't know. Okay, so now I will ask Vera about the same question about the resources, which I needed for further development of cultural planning.
Thank you. So, as I already mentioned, that would be the best for us to have competent human resources in local administrations. And we hope that it will be better soon, because there are existing some modern educational programs in the country. So we hope that soon also in Kaliningrad region, there will be people in local administrations who will appreciate and value the approach of cultural planning and pay attention to the efforts of local community organizations as ours, and to cooperate with us. Well, we also think that the important resource is activity of the citizens when they are responsible for what's going on in their local residential areas, that they are open to collaborations, that they have some ideas to improve their living districts. And also participation in such projects as this one, cultural urban planning, is also very useful and important resource in order to promote our common values and topic of participation and cultural planning.
Thank you, Vera. And now we're moving to the third question. We have not so much time for it, but it's about transnational network. We started speaking about the value of cooperating, and we would like to continue this cooperation. How we could continue growing the transnational networks of hubs of cultural planning. Please, Katja.
We discussed this with Olaf in a bus briefly earlier, and we were discussing about about the structure of the network, so that it needs to have a clear lead and it needs to probably have like a vice lead, or so that it's not too much of a burden to anybody, and then something continuity, I think, so that we have like clear schedule of the meetings and how what we are supposed to do. And also I think because we are going to be a big network, so it's not probably needed to have all people all the time present, but we can also have like smaller working groups or so. So I think much is needed to decide on the practical matters, and then we can move on to more bigger visions and what do we really want to have and accomplish with this, so that the cooperation kind of flows.
Thank you, Kati. Dirk, please.
Yes, I totally agree. We need the network, and we need continue network. That's important. So not only a formal network, so that we need the meetings, we need the exchange, we need to get new other hubs to widen the network, and that's important. But the network only works with resources normally. For my part, for example, I have many things to do, so there's only a small resource for this, and it will be the same as you. So we need resources for that people are paid for this to hold this, that the network works. And on this point, we have to look on this point. Otherwise, it will not exist.
Thank you, Dirk. Gunters?
Yes, I'm not very strong in formal networks, but probably nobody can take out this knowledge what we have in this project. I met Ekaterina in other networks, and probably we will meet in others, and we know this knowledge from different projects is growing up, and we can see to the picture from the one side. And this is very important that we are create this understanding here in the region. Yesterday I got a very interesting new book, Neighborhood Act Together, Baltic Stories, a visual guide to space of culture and the people behind them, about these cultural projects and cultural places here in Baltics, and in Visagina and other some places from the project was here again. And what you, Ekaterina, said before, it's very important how we can organize this international cooperation between neighborhoods, for instance. Because in Riga, it's almost big thing if two neighborhoods play football between, yes. But of course, if one Riga neighborhoods go to the Pori, another neighborhoods, it's maybe more fresh view. It's out of the bubble. And this will be maybe the main direction what I'm willing to do, maybe to organize this cross-national meetings, but not only as a bureaucrats or administration, but as a communities. And maybe we can support it because they have no money, because they voluntary works. And therefore, I'm very glad in this project that we can put some people from neighborhoods to the international meeting before Corona. Yes, and so before Corona, we had very nice meetings in Kiel and in other places here. So that's for me.
Thank you for the insight. And Christina, please.
Well, first of all, I'd like to come back for a moment to the issue of anchoring with smaller projects in the regions. And I think we have two great success stories in Pomorskie. It is Game of Gdańsk and mentoring program, which were the offsprings of the project and the initiative of Baltic Sea Cultural Center and cooperation with the urban planners. And we have experts here who will be talking about a little more extensively later on. But we managed to really work on concrete things with a group of young people, children, youth, and teachers, but also with the other project, with the mentoring program, with the cities. And I understand you will learn more about that. And it's been really successful in small things, but important. When it comes to anchoring it in the Baltics region and hopefully further on, I think it will be if we are talking about establishing a network, we have a good example of a network existing since 1992, which is Baltic Sea Subregional Cooperation, a network of regions. No legal entity, no fees, some money given by regions which take chairmanship on a rotational basis and establish secretariats. But I think this is kind of ambitious, but some good example of that. I would definitely go also for establishing closer contact with the Union of the Baltic Cities. I just cannot imagine a better entity for that. And I think it would be good to do it on several levels. On one hand, to establish closer contacts with the special committees, not only with the two ones that we have been talking about, so not only with the urban planning committee or cultural committee, but there are also like the youthful committee, etc., etc. And there it will be good to use our contacts. Plus, I would try to get in contact with the president of the Union of the Baltic Cities and maybe representatives of the presidium from different countries using again our contact, because they might be interested in providing us a platform which would ease the whole issue of funds and having some leaders there. And also, I think it will be important to get closer with the coordinator of culture in the European Union strategy for the Baltic Sea region. He happens to be located in Kiel. And so I think we have a very close contact to that. And through that, we could be able, I think, to promote the method on the web pages of the Baltic Sea strategy and get closer there and promote it better. Plus, we might try to be present in the form of some workshops during the annual forum of the strategy. Plus, I think there is one more very important entity, and this is Council of the Baltic Sea States, who happen to have a entity or unit devoted to regional identity, culture, and youth. We also have some good contacts there, I understand. And there is a project there run from Kiel, which is called Baltic Cities of Baltic Culture Citizen Regions. And it is, I think that this is also, maybe it's time to go there to talk to them and see that we add this cultural planning element to the program. Because this is to be done just as the European Cities of Culture, only in the Baltic Sea area. So I think it's worth trying. And going beyond the Baltics region, I would think about participating actively in the form of a workshop during a European Week of Cities and Regions, which is organized annually in Brussels in October by the European Commission, Committee of the Regions, and regional offices. Plus, definitely, I would try to look into new European Bauhaus, and a communique on that, on the delivery, was announced just a few days ago, as I understand. There is 85 million euro allocated to it for the coming year. It's not in a separate fund, but it's in pockets in Horizon, Life, and structural funds, but I think it fits perfectly. If we have a good entity, we could think about becoming an official partner there, then you are visible on the web page. Plus, they are preparing a big event for spring next year. Why not thinking about being present there? But then it would all need quick decisions and contacts everywhere. But I think it's worth a try. Thank you.
I'm happy that everything is recorded, because there are so many organizations, also you mentioned, so much wisdom coming here. And we have Vera, please, if you have something to add very shortly, please share.
Mm-hmm. I would like to say that for us, opportunity to participate in this network is very important, because we want to be represented in this geopolitical space in the Baltic Sea region as professionals in urban development and potential partners for future projects. So we really appreciate this opportunity, and we are now in a most disadvantaged position because of COVID limitations. The borders are closed, and we cannot invite anyone. We cannot go anywhere. I mean, in the European Union Schengen zone. So let's do something about it. And we really want to cooperate and participate in future projects related to cultural planning and the network of cultural planning hubs. Thanks.
Before we give the word we have invited Trevor to give the an input, inspiration after this. I just want to say that we have started the process with UBC, United Baltic Cities, where you have not concluded it yet, and we have 5 or 6 transnational partners in Urbcultural planning. Also, we will follow up with. We have also in this memorandum of understanding for this network here written that you do not need to be a member, you can also be a supporting partner. And some of these transnationals, I'm sure there will be interest in this thing and the support, particularly now when we have a clear structure for those who are the members, in the various regions and countries. So I think we will definitely work on all the good ideas which Christina and others support. I think we should do that together now. Yeah, in the hubs. Thanks.
Yeah, so thank you so much for our panelists for really inspiring receipts. There is so much to reflect upon, and there are so many practical questions I would like to continue to discuss with each of you. And I'm happy that probably we can make it in the future again to move further the discussion on cultural planning and sharing the experience. And now, Trevor Davis, who was mentioned as inspiration here in our panel discussion, and who is really inspiring all this cooperation. Trevor, would you like to share some inspiring visions about the future? It's not 20 minutes as I asked you yesterday. It's rather 5, I think, but please.
Well, I'm glad it's
10
not...
minutes. So it's actually 10 minutes until
great.
we need to end.
Even 10 is too much. But I will reluctantly try to sum up some things which might be useful. I'd rather do it from the shadows, but okay. It's always easier to do it from the shadow, isn't it? Well, it was towards the end, it became quite exhausting and exhaustive of the future. And in a way, I think it's really good to have these opportunities noted down, lined up, because each of us, of course, has a completely different role, completely different base, completely different function and perspective on this. I think all of us in this room and also some of the people who are not in this room and maybe are online all want to take with them what they can from this project to somehow invest in the future and create and use some of the knowledge, the contacts, the inspiration, the methodologies, and so on. I think, in a way, there are two ways of going, and we have to find a middle road. I think what Christina lined up is the ultimately logical way of looking at it. There are a lot of organizations and structures which probably need an input from our experiences, could do with us disturbing their normal patterns of thought and their decision makings, and can certainly use concrete examples, concrete tools, methodologies, and so on. But as we know, that battling against bureaucracy and the political logic and also the legislation is not easy. It is a long-term task, and it is something which one has to be really prepared and prepared for. I think that's obviously something to have not in the background, but on the one side. And those of you who feel that that is the where you want to operate. I think Dirk talked very much about his two strategies. One is Schleswig-Holstein, and the other is perhaps looking at the countrywide possibilities. And he positions himself where he can there and takes with him what he can there. And he has both a strong city behind him and some supportive elements there, but he also has a political party, and he also has a networked cultural institution. So he's actually able to operate on, you might say, 3 different levels. Whereas I hear very much Kati talking about that her absolute priority seems to be in the city and seems to be looking at the possibilities there of anchoring this and changing the mindset in the city. And she'll probably use most of her abilities there, I would have thought. So I think each of us has this role, and I also think on the other side is that there's this. I've always really believed in the strategy of pollination, actually, cultural pollination. So I think actually looking at the artistic, the role of the artist in this, which I'm not worried about, but I think we don't have to forget, and there's not much mention of the role of the artists, the cultural institutions, and so on, is that I really think that their task, in a way, is to look at this, being active in this pollination, of being very fluid, and of being very sensitive, and of it being very opportunistic, to find niches, to find situations in which they can activate themselves and invest their own ideas. So I really think this is an important thing of how do we create, whether we're talking about systems, structures, cities or whatever, which are porous structures. Porous meaning the way that actually they are open, they are receptive, and they are adaptive. And without this porosity and without this, you might say, openness and interactivity, I think, again, we tend to get into a jargon and into a way of thinking which is very stratified and which is very sector-led and which is very much a defined environment. I think one of the lessons about this cultural planning is that we have to accept that the situation we're working is incredibly complex, and neither vertical or horizontal structure lines actually can show the complexity of this. It's not a question of just 1 or 2 dimensions. It is multidimensional, and it is shifting all the time. And as regards this notion of planning, perhaps it is time to find another name, but the word planning is actually used both as a meaningful concept, but also as a challenge to the way of thinking of actually, can we plan? And is that what it is all about? Can we actually change the future from you might say, a defined perspective or defined plan, or do we have to more react? I mean, the murder of a black policeman in the USA, a 14-year-old school child in Sweden, stories of sexual aggression, and also a meat factory or a meat market in China have changed completely our way of thinking, acting, and reacting in this world. So what I mean is the influences of change and the tipping points in our society and our changes of perspective are not at all given. And I really don't believe that we can construct a world in which we can predict and which we can plan and which we can foresee and which we can control these, which you might call destiny or you might call a world in total disorder. But if we are to create order in disorder, we have to also believe in what we've been doing. And what we've been doing is actually based on not talking or not legislating or not negotiating or not even saying analyzing, but it is actually by doing. And this active action-based research, which is basically living research and learning by doing, is actually what we believe in. We believe it's the near, the close, the immediate, the human, the personal, the uncovered, the around the corner, the forgotten, or whatever, that it is what is not being taken care of by these structures, organizations, legislation, and whatever, because it is often there where the new narratives, the new opportunities, and the new ideas are to be uncovered, discovered, recovered, whatever. So in that perspective, we are, but on the other hand, time is with us. I really do feel it, I think all of us do, that time is with us. Perhaps cultural planning was actually, as far as I know, looking back into the history books, was actually a humanistic way of trying to work from within the planning structures at that time, or the decision-making structures, and work within and reconfigure, restructure, reorganize, rethink. As we are now moving into another time where we must say that our society is not driven from within a bureaucracy, but actually is taking place all the time, and where the difference between being an advocate or being a politician or being an activist is almost negligible. From one day to the other, from one situation to the other, things are changing all the time. So I think the political structures you are talking about very much at the end are aware of this. And I think there is an awareness that one has to work in another way. And I think this is where we're being invited perhaps to have another dialogue about the city, about the community, about the neighborhoods, about the future. And what we're providing are these raft boats or these islands or these temporary structures which we call projects or which we call meetings or which we call labs or which we call exchanges. And these temporary structures are there for renegotiating what might be. What might be, what be happen. And it doesn't matter if we have one of our little boats sailing in the sea, if we have 200. It is an example, and it will probably be no more than an example. We are putting examples forward, suggestions on the table, and we are putting suppositions there and testing them. In a way, we're doing something which we're saying, okay, and then others must take over. And in a way, I don't think that's a bad thing to say that others must then take over. We have done what we can as far as we can, but from there on, they must. And I think that's what we'll all leave. We'll all leave this place and think about, okay, I will take with me and I will go there. I will take with me and I will go there. So be true to that. So I'm all, and I think very much has been said about, and I think people have their own takes on this. But yeah, how does one sum up this?
In a minute, probably.
In a minute, yeah. I think a silent thought then for a minute would be the best thing to do. But yeah, in a way, I'm at a loss of how we move forward. But I think it's really the most important point is to say that this is a starting point. And I think what Gunter's also said was that now we've done something and we understand it. I think that's true for all of us, every one of us. We have learned so much, and we are so much further in our understanding of what is possible, not possible, where it's possible, why it's possible, and what to do. And it's not that we can replicate, because every situation needs a new appraisal, needs a new understanding. So what we have put forward with our structures and with our what are just frameworks, and they are just platforms, and there's nothing else. But it demands that there are people who actually believe in this and can do this, that are with us. So from my own point of view, what could I do? I mean, what can I do as a sort of an organization which has 3 people working for it? And, where do we go? But what we might be able to do in the big plan that might be developed somehow is that we might think about doing some sort of summer school thing. And I'm thinking about that because you mentioned Bianchini. And Bianchini and Landry and I have always talked about a summer school. And maybe it's the time to do a summer school. Not in traditional summer school, it should be a European summer school and it should be whatever, but it might be one idea, one concrete idea I'm just throwing out to do what I can do. Because I'm trying to work out where I can move in this and where I might play a role. But that's what I can say I can offer and can probably deliver, and nothing else. I'll tag along and I'll come to the meetings and whatever, but that's what we might be able to do. And if Dirk wants to take that on to his next meeting, he's welcome to do that. So that's the thoughts I have, and it doesn't really help us anyway, but just puts it in another sort of rather pathetic perspective. So I think I'll close then, because we have another session after this.
Thank you. Thank you, Trevor. Thank you. And this is probably the time when I kind of turn in, but probably you shouldn't disappear, because there might be some questions from the audience, maybe some questions from participants in Zoom. No one? No one? I have a question. So there you go. 2 questions. So this is going to be here. So, Liva, keep it short. Thank you.
I wanted to comment on what Gunthars was saying about this mural, and I think that's really interesting now that this discussion was taking place in the public sphere on Facebook, and it was a little bit controversial. It had nudes, you might say, but it's line work, so it's nothing more than the sculptures on the streets, you know. But I think what was quite nice that the artists, of course, came to defend the artistic community, but some of the artists started saying, but hey, you know, whatever, the work's nice, I like it, I don't like it, it's not really about that, it's like artistic expression, but the process, what was the process? And that is what we can start criticizing. Was it inclusive? Because the outcome might have been the same, but the community might be more accepting if they were involved in the process. And I think that's quite nice that we start having these discussions, and by having these events and you know, talking about these processes, artists might start to be more aware themselves. We talk a lot about authorities, but also artists have so much power in their hands in the processes they design around their artworks. So this is also, I think, I don't know if, I mean, the comment came from a really prominent, like, a curator who is very knowledgeable, but I'm very glad that voice went out there, and I think we have to be more demanding towards what is the process around public artworks. Yeah, very niche, but yeah.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to ask a question about the mural as well. And Liva, you took some, you know, you were before me. So, but because Gunther, you were telling that, you know, the role of artists as an educator is very important. And then you gave this example of this mural. So I wanted to ask you, who benefited out of this controversial mural, as it was, you know, turned out to be so controversial? And isn't this another example of an artist that's parachuted to a place and, you know, just make something that doesn't really work in the space without, you know, discussion previously? So that's one of my questions. And the other one is about the toolkit. Because we're talking about the toolkit, just to give you my background, I'm an artist in this project, and I was in Lithuania. I was working in Visaginas. And could you give us like 2 or 3 examples? What is in this toolkit? Because the concept is very interesting, but I have no idea what is inside. It will be next.
We will have the next presentation about the toolkit.
Okay.
And speaking about the benefits, I benefited from the artwork. I made some very popular Facebook posts from
All right. And yeah, I don't know the background of it, so I just wanted to.
So yeah, we will have the urban toolkit presentation just right after this one.
Yeah, but
I wanted to, yes, I wanted to ask about this, just to finish my question about the toolkit. Who is going to use it? Is it for artists, or who is it? Is it for someone else?
Okay.
I think that I'm going to write down the question about the toolkit for the next session, yeah.
Yeah, but about this mural, yes, was question. And I suppose Liva is a very good answer, actually, about it. It could be more inclusive. We have some good examples. For instance, in Sarkandaugava, one mural with very nice, it's very nice in this atmosphere of neighborhood. In one neighborhood, we established now artistical place under the bridge, and can painters together with community can make these exhibitions. But the main thing about this artists as educators is to promote urban style, lifestyle as a value. Because especially, I suppose Visikin is the same, Riga is still shrinking city. People think like capitalist country to go to the metropolitan area living in green fields and we lose, for instance, middle class population. But now this a new generation is more and more urbanistic style and urban style, lifestyle as a value. And I suppose artist is one of the, could be very good educators in this point. Maybe mural is not the best example, but it is how can to be more inclusive.
Matic?
Yeah.
One more comment.
Yeah, sure. And then I'll have the terminal question, if I may.
Oh my God. I have not a terminal question, but I have, or comment, but I have a, probably a terminal demand to all of us here in this project, probably beyond the project.
Getting crazy.
Yes, it's getting crazy. We have faced in this project, I mean, we are at the end of the project. I have been following up since 2017, like in all of the development of all of this. We have had in this project a few, I would call it, yeah, tipping stones or something, like we were stumbling sometimes. And it was not the pandemic. I think what we have to really guarantee, we are talking here about cultural planning, and really, Trevor, I love you for this pathetic ending. I seriously love you for that. That was wonderful. That was the point on the I, the dot. But what we really are talking about is supposedly participatory accesses and ways of dealing with each other, but then we have to guarantee within the project a serious communication flow. Please, colleagues. It wasn't working very well. Let's be honest about that. So, especially before Martin's came in the picture. So what we have to do is, we really have to, for example, when we now build up further networks, what we are all swearing to each other or demanding from each other, then let's please really build them up as networks, okay? Like networks that are really functioning and inclusive, and not only for municipalities or highly developed institutions, but probably also for newcomers, for small NGOs, for those who are really, really making civic society and cultural life. So not again only for the established people, please, but also for a few others. I couldn't go out of this room unless not saying that after 3 years. So please have that in mind, all of us, including myself. Thank you.
Okay, I believe this is the moment when I can say the final words to finish up this section of the conference. And I formulated that as a question, but I'm probably going to learn it from Jonas. I'm going to formulate that as sort of a suggestion that last year we all faced the beginning of pandemic, and it learned us one lesson that cultural planning is pretty fragile because we need to meet physically to make it happen. And we looked for many various reasons how to, many various ways how to sort out the situation, how to make people meet, how to run this whole idea of networking and connections. But I'm not really sure we succeeded. I'm not really sure we have found the answer how to do that yet. So the suggestion, or probably a hopeful thought about the future, would be that hubs of excellence should also find or look for ways, methods, techniques how to run cultural planning in case something like this happens again or something else happens again, in case we cannot meet again, in case we cannot talk with the community, in case we're limited. And last year really, really showed us the lesson that cultural planning is a great thing, but as with all great things, it's also very fragile for this one particular reason. And I really hope that the future, the next 5 years, say, will help us to find answers within the hubs of excellence, how to be ready for Plan B, so to say. Thank you very much for all of you And I'm not going to name all of you right here. You can be met in the audience. So please talk more about hubs of excellence. This is the right time where we should actually continue talking about it. And also thanks to those who participated in the Zoom session. This is it. We've finished this sector of the conference. Thank you very much, Olaf and Ekaterina, and others. And we will have a little technical pause before Natalia Brilovska can come and talk about Urban Toolkit for Cultural Planning and answer the question, who will use the toolkit? But before that, I'd like to join you. I'd like to join with you in the warm-up session because I believe it's still cold. It's even colder. So again, we can probably stand up again, right? Probably for those in Zoom too, because we don't have heating in Riga. So for those who are joining from Riga, then probably also have problems with blood circulation. Right, so yeah, the hand washing routine. Let's warm up, right? Let's warm up our hands, a little bit of hands. Yeah, and then a little bit of legs, shoulders, and then the squats, a little bit squat. Okay, thank you. See you in a jiff. And we will return with Natalia Brilovska, City Cultural Institute, Urban Toolkit for Cultural Planning. But don't really disappear, because we are about to begin literally in a minute. So warm up a little bit, charge your muscles, flex your body, and then let's already sit down and let's be ready for the next presentation. Ciao.
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 So, okay, please take your seats. We're about to begin. Okay, please take your seats now. We continue our first day session. So, ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Yeah, please do sit down. We continue. We continue. No, you can wait for 20 more minutes, right? No, don't worry. So we have our next speaker, Natalia Brilovska from City Culture Institute, and she is going to talk about the long-awaited Urban Toolkit. She has a presentation, and of course, questions are possible after the presentation and also in Zoom. So, Natalia?
Hello, welcome. Please excuse me, my outfit. I do have an elegant dress in my suitcase, but the weather has won, so I opted for a beanie and a puppy jumper. And from this place, I would like to say hello to everybody here and all people watching us online, also my colleagues from City Culture Institute and all our four-legged friends from City Culture Institute. So hello to everybody, and I would like you to introduce you our child, VSR Urban Toolkit for Cultural Planning that we have been developing for 2 years now alongside our hands-on projects in the districts. And the idea behind it was to share our experience, what we have learned, and what knowledge we have gathered. And when designing it, we were thinking about people like you here and how we can help you with your work, with your projects, and build an online guidebook service that will be useful in your work. So when we were designing it, we were thinking about urban activists, and now answering the question from the previous session, we think very broadly about urban activists. They can be from different backgrounds. They can be artists. They can be also lawyers, but people who care about their neighborhoods, the local society, but also about the professionals. We also wanted to be used by professional architects and urbanists that are looking for inspiration, that they are working as an external experts in some projects, that they are designing for developers, for the city, and also for the officials working in local municipalities or regional offices in fields like revitalization, planning, and policy making. And the idea was to make the toolkit accessible, interesting, and applicable to all those groups. And I would like to show you an example, one example how we made it. Hope it works. Okay. Come on. Here it comes. This is an introductional video that explains the idea behind
planning is not a physical science, but a human science. There are no simple solutions. Urbanism is a cyclic, cumulative and ever-moving state in which the emotional condition of a community is just as important as the infrastructural state of this community. These days, artists and the cultural sector are more socially aware and are re-engaging within societies, while traditional cultural institutions are taking new roles. The reality is complex, so pure planning and pure arts management are simply insufficient. Cultural planning creates a three-way partnership between a city, its community and art. Cultural planning replaces various aspects of a sorted city. Transport becomes communication, housing, living, space, place. Cultural planning can be a formal methodology scenario based on the city, a local approach, an extended cultural sector approach. While preparing for the cultural planning process, you need to consider several points. Size of an area. Cultural planning can be used on different scales. Structure. The more informal, independent, the more flexible cooperation. Connectivity. The more connected to the political and management structure, the more useful. Specificity. Cultural planning must be adapted to local conditions and requirements. Resources. Engaging civil society, universities, schools, artistic and cultural partners, neighboring organizations. It secures participation and long-term ownership. Time frame. Optimal time frame is 6 to 21 months. To protect, nurture and develop social cultural processes, you need to provide a mandate by entering partnership that build your legal and organizational capacity. You would activate city resources, ease bureaucracy to connect them to the city, creating interdepartment links, relations with developers and access to budgets. For the whole duration of the process, you have to pay attention to communication and promotion via different media. Regular meetings, ongoing evaluation and mentoring ensure active participation and support the process. Take advantage of the opportunities for long-term projects upscaling by making them more open and inclusive. Usually, there are 5 phases of cultural planning: cultural mapping, visioning, designing, implementation, diffusion. Each phase has a unique value. At every point of this process, you should provide feedback to participants and partners and inform stakeholders. While designing your process, you can choose from a wide range of methods described in the Urban Toolkit that you can find at urbantoolkit.eu. The first stage, mapping, provides methodology for interpreting the city through the lenses of the collective. It gives you a 360-degree view on how the place works. This phase brings fresh perspectives and new stakeholders to the planning process, providing non-hierarchical ways to share what should change there and connecting it to strategic planning. Visioning gives a common imagination to new, unusual perspectives on the place, helps to discover extraordinary abstract materials and gives direction to design the future based on values, hopes and concerns. Designing is a co-creative process of making use of rediscovered resources, physical, human, symbolic, for long-term benefit of all. Experts, artists, architects and citizens work intensely together. They learn and create. Cultural planning processes create legitimate platform for strategies based on information on multiple levels and in different languages. Mapped resources, people, places and structures. Cross-sector networks builds trust and strong local endorsement. Raised level of interest in culture in the city by tailoring engaged cultural program of relevant, progressive projects. It kickstarts change while taking manageable risks.
I know it was a little bit long, but I was asked to present it here. So thank you for watching it. And that was the idea, to make it more fun visually. But I would also like to show you how we built the toolkit, learning the needs and perspectives from the future users. So we asked an UX expert, user experience expert, and a designer to join us during a workshop with the representatives of all those 3 groups that I have been introducing you to in the beginning. And I will show you one of our journey maps, user journey maps that we created during the workshop. And here you could see how the user is using the website or online service. What are their needs? What are they looking for? Where they are looking it for? And here you can see that they are looking for inspirations. They are looking Facebook, Instagram, and Google. And here you can see the problems in the red dots that they can meet during the journey. And in the green color, we have proposed some resolutions to those problems that Urban Toolkit can provide. And here you can see the needs and ideas, and here how they are using and exploring the online toolkit, and how they can derive the information from it to realize, to make a project in their own neighborhood. So that's the idea how we build it, and I think this is something new that I learned, that we can design the website in such a thorough way with the user experience in mind. And that's how we learned that the activists want to change something in the neighborhood. Obviously, they are looking for the inspirations, and they need a know-how and support from people who like them, have been doing similar stuff in their own neighborhoods. Urbanists and architects are scholars and consultants doing their own projects also. And they are looking for a new methods and concept that they can use in those projects, working mostly with developers and city planning departments, that would change the approach, that can change something in the way they are doing, in the way that they are working with those contractors, I would say. So they need tested, reliable tools that we have tested in our projects, like workshop ideas or consultation tools that they can use. And also for the officials, we have met many people working in municipalities or other officials that want to change something, but they need to convince somebody who's higher than them. But they are looking for the views, concepts, and methods of urban planning that could change something in the way that they are also working. So they need also the solutions for the areas and issues that they are working with, that they are trying to cope with in their cities or neighborhoods they are working with. And they want to change those inefficient old ways. But they need some material to convince somebody else. So they need some case studies, reports showing that this method actually can work and what are the results. So we continued our work, basically we started with it by sharing the projects and the know-how that we have learned in our previous projects that we know that has been done around Baltic Sea regions. We were collecting case studies, and I will show you how we have included it into the toolkit. So anyone who wants to, okay, I will go this way. So anyone who is looking for something would find the most relatable case study to their own situation. So you can check categories like the character of the place, the size, the number of inhabitants of the district or neighborhood or place, what is the ownership of the place, the type of organization that you are working in, how long would it take, or what groups are you willing to work with, and what is the challenges that you are coping with in your place. So I will just show you quickly how the case study is structured. Come on. Okay. Is it working, guys? Because it was working on the Wi-Fi connection, but I'm online and it doesn't work. I'm so sorry. So I won't show you an actual case study. I'm really sorry for the technical problem with the connection. So I'm going back to my slides. Okay, and the other part of the toolkit is built from tools and methods that we have based on our own experience in the program. I have gathered it during our urban labs, our conferences, but also from the experience of our partners that were working in the district. And it's also structured that way, but I think I lost the internet connection. Yeah, it doesn't work. Oh, yeah, it does. So here you can also choose the methods that would be most suitable to your own situation. They are grouped by mapping phases, the purpose that they are serving, the participants we are working with, and how large is the group that we are working with. And if you don't know any of that, you can always show all tools and methods and choose just randomly. And but still, I don't. Oh, now it's working. Thanks. So here you have some tools that we have been using in all the partner cities. You can scroll it that way. And I will choose, what will I choose? Maybe the shooting script from the mapping phase. Okay, so the tools are described in the way where you can firstly learn when it is useful to get this certain tool. Here you have a short description of the purposes, participants, and the author who has developed the tool. And then you have the step-by-step instruction how to use the tool in your own process. And in some cases, when we have them, there are downloadable materials. Like here, you can download the shooting script that we have used in our process, and you can somehow inspire from that. You can use it directly, mostly. And some summaries from our workshops. So every tool is based on the same structure to make it more clear. And maybe now I will be able to choose a case study to show you. Yes. Okay, now we have here. So I will show you perhaps the parking because we have a guest previously from the organization that was working in Kaliningrad, and this is the case study. And it is described in similar way. It is, first you have the short description what has happened, you have some visual materials, you have tips who can help you in this type of the projects, some ideas behind the motivation of the authors, why were they choosing to work there and with what issues. Then you have the methods that they used and how you can structure your group that you would work with. And here you have some tips, what was the success and what was the problem during the process. So you can learn from that also.
3 minutes.
2 minutes, that's fine.
Or 2.
That's really fine because I'm close to the end. Okay, so the next steps are that we are in a process of translating all this stuff into national languages of our partners. This is crucial in some places where a lot of officials and people, local activists, they don't speak English. So it's very important. Then we want to share and promote the Urban Toolkit through the hubs of excellence and perhaps wider. And we are still looking for possible developments. And this is also a case of responsibility, who will develop it later, who has the time to include new case studies, new methods and tools. Thank you for your attention. Here's the Urban Toolkit. As you can see, it's a really simple address. And I will just show you the landing page of it. So you could recognize it from when you find it on the internet. Sorry for the slow connection. Okay, so from this place you can navigate to what I have showed you already, the case studies, the tools and methods. There's also a special path for the people working with the municipality. There's a short description of our program, so you have the bigger context. And then you can also contact us, basically me for now. So thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I believe we have time.
Thank you,
Yes.
Natalia.
Thank you.
Slow connection is better than no connection, as we all know. So this is very crucial. So did Lucina have her answer, or should we elaborate on who will use the toolkit a little bit more? Yeah, okay.
She's
So we
raising
will
her hand.
elaborate, yeah.
Thank you for answering my question. And thank you for your presentation. It wasn't an easy job to explain it all to us. And I had this idea that popped into my mind while listening to you, that you might not even need an artist at all with this toolkit, because it's all there.
I think the
Why
graphic artists were designing it, so we were working with artists, and
yeah,
we.
I know, because I remember you asked me for the.
Yeah, and I also asked you for your experience with residencies and how it is a tool for an artist and how to get on in a new place.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very useful tool, but if I would see this toolkit as an artist when I arrive to some place, I would probably want to, well, develop some new way, you know, to be, you know, to be creative, and maybe use some of it, but definitely try to come up with something new. So maybe the toolkit is, you know, will actually expand the tools even further.
I hope so.
Do you have any more questions, Jonas?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Natalia. That was really great. And especially after, I don't know, when I saw the first glimpse of this years ago, I thought like, okay, how would it look like? But now it really gets like some real thing, and that makes fun. 2 questions, very concrete. We had parallel running a very, very, very big project, even bigger than ours, Creative Cities and Spaces, run by the Council of Europe and Tech, Transe Opsal. And I was there as well inside the project. And I mean, I'm just thinking about synergy effects here. So we have toolkits there created, really great toolkits, and we have here also fantastic toolkits. So why don't we try to actually disseminate them in a way a little bit together at some point? Because I think it's so absurd. We have done a really great job in both projects, and it's difficult to disseminate very often. So maybe it's easier to do it in a synergetic effect. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm just like want to ask. That's the first question.
Oh,
the second question,
okay.
yes. The second question is. I don't know about the others, but I myself have done a few videos during my residency in Pori. And I'm not sure if they have been, like, if there is, like, for example, a residency section in this, that would be quite interesting, where one could simply, like, upload those things and share the experiences of that. Maybe that's also something connected with those residencies, because I would be very interested to see feedbacks, experiences of other artists or researchers, whatever, who have been doing residencies in other demonstrator projects or in other communities.
There will be a special section devoted to residencies. It's not yet uploaded to the website, so you cannot see it, but I think that's the place where you can share what you have created. And also in those case studies that we have been doing, and we do have video material, it is also able to upload the video material as like the one that you have seen with the explanatory video. That the website totally allows that, so we can easily add it to the case studies, our case studies. And to answer your first question, I was also thinking about it, how many toolkits I have found during my research, and how many times some people from other projects were saying me, oh, I know a great toolkit somewhere else. And I was thinking, okay, we probably cannot do something together because of the financial divisions of the projects. It's really something, a pain in the neck sometimes, that we cannot share the costs. But I think it would be great to create like a hub for those toolkits that would be easily I don't know how to say that. Martins, maybe you are more fluent in the internet, what to do, that they would be positioned better, that they could be easily found on Google, because I'm not a specialist in that, and I know that the website really has the technical ability to do that, but I don't know what to put in there. I'm so sorry. But I think for all the toolkits, it would be great to have like a one hub that they would be together. And I think it's the same because in other project that I'm doing in my department, we do have a media lab, and we work a lot with the public domain resources. And every institution, museum, library has their own system of storing those digital materials. And the part of the work that we are doing and we are trying to do is to create something, some hub of kind that would make people easier to find and to look for something interesting in those archives, because they are online, but they are not really accessible if they are not visible. So this is something that we need to work on.
Well, Google wants money to be put in website. That's what they want. So
Okay,
that's
so-
one of the easy ways. So we have last question from Yekaterina.
No, it's just a remark because the organization Jonas, the platform Jonas mentioned, they also contacted me saying that they want to promote their toolkit, and I said that we're in the process of preparation of the toolkit, so we could come together. And I was saying that okay, we have urban labs, so please you can join and also promote your toolkit. We have 2 more urban labs actually, so it's a possibility. But I just was thinking about exchanging the links, because also it increases the visibility of the site, and it's such an easy thing actually to just contact them and to start sharing the links. It's a win-win situation actually, so it's easily could be done. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you. Again, round of applause. Last one before lunch. And we now announce a break, and it will last until 1:15 So see you in an hour. There's a lunch break here, but also keep in mind the Minecraft studio and also the urban game that a lot of people were playing yesterday is still active until the end of lunch. So don't only have a break, but also indulge into gaming while you can. And after lunch, we will have this gaming studio also report on what's been done and learnings through the day, and also about what's been done through the project. And, well, a little bit more on the project than before. And also we'll have a presentation on cultural planning policy roadmap, and then we'll also have a sum up from our reporters. I dare not to pronounce that French word anymore. Thank you very much. See you in 1:15. Have a great lunch. enjoy the city, probably enjoy your own personal lives on Zoom. So we will begin in a couple of minutes. Be ready, be warned. Take your last jug of coffee. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and please, also, people that are going to participate, you can definitely come down and take your shortest distance to the panel. So we're going to begin with cultural planning policy roadmap, then we're going to continue with Minecraft and gamification activities, and then we'll end up with closing remarks from reporters that overviewed and observed everything that happened through the conference. So see you in a minute. You can put the romantic music on. Thank you. Okay, you crazy people, let's begin. We have survived 2.5 days in these harsh Nordic conditions. And yeah, please take your seats. And we will begin this session with a thing long not seen, Mentimeter, right? We haven't used this for a while, so do we have the next question on Mentimeter, right? And since we're going to talk about the citizenship a little bit more and also wrap up, we would like to get final questions out and final answers to you. So please go to menti.com. I think you've been using previously. The code is still 5642821. And there's going to be a question. If you were a mayor for one day and had the power to change any single law or rule in your town, city, what would it be? And you can be very specific about your town and your city. You can simply be very general, thinking that there is this rule that always applies in all cities and towns, that we always forget about this constantly, and I'd like to change this in every single town. Yeah, free psychotherapy for teachers. That's a good law. That's a good law. Not only for teachers, I think for everybody, right? Do you have anyone else? Free public transport. We have a lot of towns that actually use it. I had the luxury to live in Akureyri in Iceland, and they only had public transportation for free. So it is possible, it works. Probably if you have a lot of crazy amounts of money, like in Iceland, that you can support or subsidize the whole thing, but it still is possible. Cooperation across silos a must. More bike paths, fewer cars, provide more public bathrooms in a city. That's definitely That definitely is a must, yeah. No new construction before all existing historical buildings are renovated. That's wild, but also interesting. Make city council sessions open to citizens. I think a lot of cities and towns have this agenda. I think Riga also had it. Probably something changed during the COVID situation, but you could actually join the city council sessions. Prevent developers from building new blocks unless there's infrastructure. Regular meetings with mayor open for public. More value given to municipality. And can we scroll up a little bit, probably? Good. So we started with something funny and then we went down to the dark stuff. Okay. Okay, anyway, this will be open throughout the next session. So in case if you have some ideas, if you have some juice you want to spill out, please be aware that you can do it. We will collect these answers and probably use them against you. I don't know. But apart from that, I'd like to welcome our next speaker. Actually, next speakers, I hope that's still feasible, is going to be Dorota Komrowska-Zaluska and Hanna Obrak-Prądzinska. Yeah. Cultural Planning Policy Roadmap toward implementation of inclusive, agile, and place-based approach to urban transformation. And both of these women are from Baltic Sea Cultural Center and City Culture Institutes, respectively, and we are ready to hear what's new. Yeah, you should just switch.
I can just say that we have one vice mayor on the audience, and he just said that from the answers that we got, there are only two things which are actually in the competences of the mayor of the town, and they are doing this. So, so that's something that I can tell you.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy that we can could come here and present our 3 years work on the policy roadmap. As Martin already mentioned, I'm Dorota Komrowska-Zaluska. I'm assistant professor in Gdańsk University of Technology, but I work here with this project with City Culture Institute, and here for the policy roadmap we work with oh my God, Baltic Cultural
Baltic Seas Cultural Center.
I'm very sorry because the name is a bit different in Polish and in English, and I'm always having Polish name in my mind. We won't be speaking only about the policy roadmap. I will start with this process, and then Hania will be talking about how we wanted, how we thought of implementing it to really to have this inclusive, agile, place-based approach to urban transformation. Generally, the process itself, we really didn't want to make a document which will be done while sitting behind the desk and reading the paper and documents. We really wanted it to be also the preparatory process to be inclusive. We really wanted to get information from the people who really work with cultural planning, who work with planning, with culture, cultural institutions, activists. So that's why in our research process was based on 3 pillars. We see them. First one was the revision of the gaps. Gaps came from the seed money project on cultural planning. results. Then we had, during the first conference in Kiel, we have a workshop with nearly 40 participants. There were representatives of the cities, of the cultural institutions, of the NGOs, activists, artists who were working with the cultural planning or wanted to start working with the cultural planning. We spoke about the barriers, we spoke about the potential. And the third source of our information was the survey. I will say a few words more about the survey, which really also give us a lot of knowledge. Then we started the design process, and also we sat for some time and we prepared the first draft, but then we really organized some internal workshop, but then also the workshop during the next conference in Gdańsk to really get the feedback on the document. Then finally, it wasn't the end of the process because we wanted to make it more inclusive, our documents more inclusive. So we translate them into national languages and then also adjust them. I will say also a few words more about this one. So generally, our questionnaire. I see here some people who answer our call. There were practitioners, there were chief directors of the organization, project managers working in planning and culture. Thank you very much for doing it. We had 17 organizations from 8 countries of Baltic Sea region. And what was important for us, it was not only the public sector representatives, but we also have cultural institutions, NGOs, activists, so it allows us to have really like diverse point of views. Just very, very key findings. At the beginning, we find out that actually the idea but even more the practice has not been of cultural planning has not been yet efficiently developed. We saw many very interesting bottom-up initiatives, but also top-down policies who supporting culture, supporting planning, but there was this lacking meso-level structure solutions in the middle. The general deficit of the systemic solutions, legal adjustments, and they were both in the fields of culture and the field of planning. And then general insufficient coordination of the action, need of better management, scarce resources, hindrance of cooperation, limited cognition of knowledge resources, and these were the things which were basics for our work. Then, after this, let's say, action research process, we drafted the first version of the policy roadmap. You can find it online. If you would, I will say now a few words. I will say in a few words about the contents, but please feel free to go online and really have a look at it. We were asked to make it 10 pages document. We didn't manage, but hopefully it's still quite short, quite readable, and hopefully it is a handbook which really can help to make this process. After the first version, we consulted with, again, but not only consulted to inform the people, we have a workshop asking about the contents, asking about what is missing, what should be added, what should we change. We have it during the conference in Gdańsk last year. Further, when the generic roadmap for Baltic Sea region was ready, in terms of the project, we started to translate the roadmap into national languages, adjust them to include policies, traditions, which influence or support cultural planning. Then those maps were value tested with city authorities. And then what we really wanted was to use the road maps to nurture further regional and national policy initiatives. And this is actually the part Hania will be speaking about in a moment with our mentoring program. These are the 7 road maps, 7 national and regional road map which we are working within the project. We will focus only on the first one, on Pomorskie process, but the processes are going on in all the 7 regions and countries. So for the Pomorskie, when we decided to adjust the roadmap, when we already did this translation, we invited cultural institutions, planners, cities, activists, NGOs, everybody who were interested in cultural planning from Pomorskie region. And we had more than 100 people who wanted to participate in our workshop. We were working in 4 groups, and actually the main feedback was that we were working 2.5 hours, and this was not enough. We got many insights. It took us quite a long time to incorporate them into the map. We hope it makes it even richer, even more adjusted to our conditions. We also, after this, have a meeting in our Metropolitan Association, also with the people, communities, cities, with the people who work with culture and planning, where we were speaking about Natalia was also there speaking about the toolkit, and we are also speaking about the good examples of implementation of cultural planning. I know it's quite complicated scheme. I just wanted to show it only because several times in our process we got feedback, so we came back one step or 2 steps before to really incorporate it. It was really important for us that this policy roadmap was co-created by the people who work with this, with the cultural planning, who are on the ground dealing with the issues, dealing with the project, but also dealing with the policies. How does this policy roadmap look like? So there are actually 3 main parts. First, it's what is it, cultural planning, about the new approach, why cultural planning is the good approach, how is it structure, inspiration. Then we focus on the organization of the process, what it should help to achieve, management, facilitation, mobilization of the resources, role of the leaders, communication and engagement. And finally, the last part, it was designing the policy itself. Objectives, targets, framing the process, and tool and resources. We thought that this document can be useful not only for the officials, not only for the politicians, but also for planning practitioners, cultural institutions, artists, activists, other stakeholders. And also, Hania will also speak about it. In our mentoring program, we think we, up to a point, managed to really achieve it, that when there's a team, when we have such diverse stakeholders, it really works. It can really help to design and implement cultural planning. Based on this three-way partnership, which is, in my opinion, the core of cultural planning. Our approach, we wanted really to include 3 levels: policy, strategy, and implementation. We really were careful that what we propose could be adopted by local authorities without introducing radical changes in existing policies. And this policy roadmap is showing a set of practices which are adaptable, which are taking into account specificity of places. And generally, we wanted to offer the alternatives to the mainstream public authority approach to urban planning. It was really aimed to be a practical guidelines, the tools to prepare a cultural planning policy, enable design and implementation of the cultural planning, foster dialogue, debate, but also support strategic decisions which will make cultural planning successful. Generally, we really focus on this strategic long-term process, and we did it through identifying new stakeholders, building networks and connections, empowering leaders who can manage process, rethinking their experience in city planning, using the cultural tools, and rethinking the role and significance of culture in the city information processes. We focus strongly on the role of the leaders, leaders which doesn't need to be public authorities in this process. There can be also NGOs, but what is important is to really define the role, define the resources, support the leader there. One of the most important things was communication engagement. The diversity of the stakeholders and assuring the ownership of the project. The goals which often, knowing from our later experience in implementation, each of the groups see these goals a little bit differently. Planners would, or architects would focus on transforming space. Cultural institution would focus directly on cultural events. NGOs or activists will focus on activization. So this was important to find all these goals to see the diversity of this process. It is organized the same way as a phase, taking into consideration phases of cultural planning. Natalia already spoke about these phases, so I won't be speaking much about it. But this policy roadmap is giving practical tools, what is important in each of those phases, what should we focus, for example, in the vision, thinking about the vision which is clear to all participants, which for now may seem obvious, but when we started really to work with the communities, it is important still to be reminded. When thinking about designing, thinking about the place, connecting the action really with the territory. When implementing, not only implement the solutions from bottom up, but to really create, really to think about the support for the citizen-driven processes, to empower the leaders to give them support. And of course, thinking of anchoring, thinking of learning strategy. The last part of the policy roadmap is about tools. And we didn't copy the toolkit. We just wanted to show that in cultural planning, I find about this methodology, I find this as probably the most important about this methodology, is giving us the tools and the frameworks for each of the phases, and we wanted to make it as simple as possible so that someone who wants to implement it could find these tools, could find this formats and use them. And starting from engaging stakeholders, building networks, from mapping, implementation, up to monitoring and evaluation. Just the last slide from my side. We also tried so that the policy roadmap is kind of checklist. Here's the checklist for the monitoring, so that we doesn't have a long text, long report what to do, but just very simple steps which will allow you to implement, design and implement cultural planning policy. As I said before, we didn't want to stop only with doing this this policy roadmap. We wanted to test it. We wanted to think of implementation. So that's why we thought about the mentoring program.
And now I will speak a little bit about mentoring program, because when we are working on this roadmap, there were really a lot of people interested in this this cultural planning approach, but they're actually asking us, okay, but what are the practical implications? How can we accelerate the process in our community, and actually how to start? And can you talk with us about particular cases from our towns, from our communes? So that's we decided that we should go a step further. That's why we established this mentoring program, which aimed from the beginning to enable local authorities and social partners to design urban transformation process. But also we wanted to help to integrate the efforts of local residents. So that was the beginning of the process. But of course, the COVID situation made it a little bit more difficult. So we organized this mentoring program online. Because of that, we can see the results online. From the beginning, we established a platform, which is a web page which you can access with the link that you can see. And there you can find all the materials from this mentoring program. We also wanted to make it as easy as possible, so everyone could feel very comfortable. That's why there you can find some instruction films, how to use Mural or Zoom. We really tried to make it as simple as possible. The mentoring program itself was divided into 4 stages. The preparatory stage, where we meet with everyone who wanted to join the program, and 2 very intensive workshops, and the summary stage. And I would like to briefly introduce you what we did during these particular stages. So we started with the consultation process, and we did it because actually there was an open call. So all the communes from the Pomeranian region could apply to participate in the process, but we wanted to choose those who has the biggest challenges. And of course, the space was quite limited, so we decided to choose 5 partners, and because of that, we made this consultation problem to discuss with everyone who apply what kind of problems they would like to solve within this mentoring program, what are the key challenges, but also we wanted to discuss who would join this mentoring program. Because what was kind of interesting, that we didn't want to make this program that there are single persons applying to participate, but as cultural planning is about integration of the community, we wanted to really make this mentoring program that if we apply to join the program with particular problem, let's create a team, and the team should respond actually to the challenge. Everyone who applied was asked to create a team who will join the workshops, and there should be someone from the public authorities, someone from cultural institution or NGOs. It really depended on the type of our first diagnosis that we had. So at the end, we actually had 5 teams from 2 mid-sized towns from the Pomeranian region, 1 big city, Gdańsk, which is similar size to Riga, and 2 rural areas. And we had 2 workshops with them. First one was dedicated more into diagnosis, and the second one was about the project. I would like to briefly tell you also who joined the program and what kind of challenges did we try to solve during the program. So here, for example, you can see Chojnica, which is a mid-sized town. And they're, for example, facing the problem that the culture is actually closed in the buildings. So they're trying to find a way how to go outside with the culture, and we're trying to find the tools which will help them to find places where there are residents who don't participate in cultural activities, and to go to their site and try to engage them somehow in the process. Rural area, which is actually a small village without any center. So actually, they would like to design their green leisure area to actually serve the local community. And the biggest challenge, so that's Gdańsk and the historical center, where the team wanted to test if cultural planning can be used as a consultation method for establishing a cultural park, which is actually one of the tools for protecting monuments. Is more focused on aesthetics side. Malbork, which is very famous in Poland because it has the biggest Gothic church castle in Europe. But the old town was actually demolished during Second World War and rebuilt in the modern style, so they are facing lack of public spaces, lack of identity. So they would like to create public spaces there, but also somehow respond to the challenge of population aging, which is actually very visible in this site. And Project Gdański as a suburban area, a very typical one, where cultural institutions actually have the problem how to organize the culture, because they have their the old residents, not meaning old, but who lives there for ages, but also the new ones who come there with the suburbanization process, and how to integrate these two different sites. So these were the teams that participated in our projects. So here comes the workshop. We started with the diagnosis. Obviously, we started with defining who should participate in the process, who should actually start the process. So what are the responsibilities for the process? Who should be there, who should join them, and how to do that? So what should be the goal and priorities of the initiation group? How to build long-term partnership? What kind of communication platform they can use. So that was the beginning. The second part was obviously about cultural planning, and here we mixed a little bit online and offline activities. So people were asked to go outside to take pictures, and we discussed what is seen on them and how they can actually use these particular spaces. We also went to this more spatial dimension, so we did this mapping to see what kind of places we have and how to use it. But obviously the workshop was very intensive. It was only one-day activities, so it wasn't possible to make the whole diagnosis. Therefore, we decided to introduce all the tools that can be used within cultural planning, and together with the teams, we actually designed this in-depth diagnosis, which they could actually do after this mentoring program. And of course, the second part about the design, so we focus about vision and designing. So here we actually thought that, well, basically the people who joined the program, they thought they don't have any ideas, but we actually started the discussion, and suddenly we realized that the space that we created wasn't enough, because they had so many ideas. But of course we challenged them to look at these problems from different perspectives, and to see what is missing, what else they should add to the idea, and to develop the idea itself. Of course, we didn't forget about discussing the implementation and the managing process. So we also spent quite a lot of time about how to engage people, how to evaluate our results, how to do this consultation process. We gave them some basic tools which they can use, and ask some questions which can be helpful to actually do this work and to monitor if they are successful about the process itself. We also did it, so it wasn't like to show that evaluation is important. We also evaluated our mentoring program. At the end, after these two workshops, we asked the question what they like and what was missing from the program. So as you can see, we think we were quite successful, as there are a lot of green sticks here. So they actually appreciated the program, but they also asked about individual meetings and to site visit, because we can't do everything online. And they said that they wish to have more time, because they find so many ideas that they would like to develop them further. So for this reason, we also agreed to meet individually with these 5 teams, to go there to discuss, to see what are the potentials. But we also didn't want to leave them just like that, so 2 workshops and that's it. That's why we prepared this 5 different reports for each team who participated in the program, with recommendations and with the summary from this workshop. So they really have this package, how they can actually implement the cultural planning in their societies. That's it.
Yes, right on time. Thank you. And while we are waiting for some comments and questions also from Zoom, I have a question to you. Dorothy, you mentioned that all of this was translated, and I believe this was translated at first in Polish. And was there a universal language to use when translating material about cultural planning, or were there some difficulties that needed to be adjusted to the local interface, so to say? You said there were things that were adjusted so locals could understand it, but how difficult was it in case some other partners, other countries, other probably parts of the world would like to translate the material in their language, what they should be expecting? Is it easy? Okay? Hard?
I will with pleasure answer the question, but could I at first give the voice to Magda Zakrzewska-Duda?
We have a microphone.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I understand that yes, I was responsible for coordinating the project on behalf of the Baltic Sea Culture Centers, and I am very happy that I could work with such an expert team. I can say, I think on reflection, that in Poland, cultural planning is a woman, and a strong woman, because the team was mostly female. We were joined also for a mentoring program. We were supported by Christina. Thank you very much. She helped us organize it. You didn't mention that in the teams that were taking part from particular communes, we also had outside experts, because for these workshops also individual people applied to participate, not connected to any of the commune, but they wanted to improve their knowledge about the cultural planning, and all of them were women, expert women with academic background. So they also supported us with their knowledge. And I think that what I was really, when we started the process 3 years ago, I didn't expect it to be so good. I think I can say that it's really good. It's really very practical, because it's very practical. And also the results of the mentoring program and the methodology our experts have developed. We have developed together also with our participants, because as you saw on the scheme, it was interdependent really. You really listened to people who participated in the process. It really can be adapted, can be scaled, can be transformed, let's hope, to other countries. And our experience is really good, really positive. Of course, there were some problems on the way, who doesn't have them, but on the whole, even with the pandemic, although we were supposed to work very closely with people, we managed to do it. And I think thanks again to our experts, to all our team, also Sylvia, who is another woman, strong woman, who supported us promotionally. And let's hope that all of you here, and also people who are not here and beyond our region, can use those results. Thank you.
So to answer the translation difficulties question.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I didn't shut it off. Yes, it was difficult. I must admit that we started working in English, and then coming back to Polish was difficult, generally. Why? we needed to, I would say that some of the notions we are not using in the Polish language. Some of the notions we use differently. So it was difficult from the point of view of language. It wasn't difficult from the point of view of idea, of the content. Because it was really about this inclusiveness. It was really about the co-creation. It was really about the partnership. So the content was not difficult, but it takes time to really translate these tools to the other languages, so that they are like close to our cultures, to what we work with.
The biggest challenge was to keep it short.
Yes, that is a big challenge. Yekaterina? No. Yeah, it
maybe
should
it's
be on.
okay. Yeah, so it's your example of launching the trainings, the training for municipalities is really inspiring. The practical question: how did you motivate representatives of municipalities to join this training, or did you draw upon your previous contacts with the persons within municipalities who were interested in moving further?
So both. We are in a team. We are from different environments. We all work with the either culture or planning or the urban transformation. So we did have a lot of contacts. I think the workshop itself, with this 100 of representatives of the people who are really interested, they were also the people who applied later. So those we were trying all the ways, I would say. I will tell you the truth. I wasn't sure if we will have people. At the beginning, there were 15 different people who wanted to participate. So I didn't expect that many. I'm very happy that people were interested.
But I can also say that we work within Baltic Sea Cultural Center, and we also cooperated with Marshall Office. So basically this is the regional level. So they have contacts with municipalities and communes. And because, for example, I was working for 5 years in the regional planning field, so I also have quite a lot of contacts. And from my experience, I know that in especially the small communes, there are really a lot of people who are looking for some ideas. They don't know how to do that, so they're actually looking for support outside, so they can really implement their ideas or to find new ideas for the place where they live. So it wasn't that difficult. Actually, there were many more communes applying than we accepted, and that was actually kind of painful for us because we wanted to help them all, but it was impossible.
So thank you very much, Dorota and Hanna. Thank you very much about the roadmap. And we can continue. Yep. Yep, thank you. We can continue with our next presentation. And it's going to be a presentation from Lisa Holloway-Attaway, and she's from University of Skåne. And it will be accompanied by Kerstin Liljedahl. Hopefully that is correct, from Sunscale Studios. And the topic is going to be transnational platform of, I believe, Minecraft or other gaming activities. Yes. And also we will have a presentation from the Parallel Studio results. Do we have guys from Escola? No, sorry. So anyway, you can... the floor is yours, and you can also introduce everybody that you would like to introduce and to come here and talk and accompany you.
Okay, thank you. So I was asked just to present a sort of brief summary of some of the activities we've had over the course of the conference, and then to sort of finish with looking ahead to some of our future activities that we hope will be enabled by this transnational Minecraft platform that we've been working on madly over the last few months. So Kirsten Lilledal will join in a few minutes with us. I hope she's there online to help talk about the platform. But I'll start first with a summary of, again, just a brief summary of some of the activities that happened over the last couple days. But before I actually do that, I thought it would be helpful, and Magda also thought it would be helpful to actually watch just a short film. It's a 3-minute film that provides an overview of some of the activities, some of the Minecraft activities that have happened in Gdansk, I think some of the more recent activities, but also just to get a sense, you know, when we keep talking about these Minecraft experiences, like how the kids and the other people who are involved in it really participate. So maybe, I think you have the film, so maybe we can just go ahead and show the film first.
Dzisiaj będziecie mieć okazję, żeby zaprojektować, jak to może wyglądać ten transformowy w przyszłości. Liczymy bardzo na wasze pomysły, bo chcemy się dowiedzieć, jak by można to było urządzić.
Klikacie prawym przyciskiem myszy na tabliczkę i wtedy przeniesiecie się na tą mapę, którą w tym momencie widać tutaj na ekranie i tutaj będziecie budować.
Minecraft może być narzędziem, które zmienia rzeczywistość.
Minecraft to takie wirtualne klocki Lego, w sumie to od wieku 3 do 103.
Zaskoczyło mnie liczba może karty, no tak bym powiedział, że przychodzą na zajęcia, które przystępnie po 10 minutach zajęć od razu mają jakiś pomysł na zrobienie czegoś nowego.
Właśnie widziałem różne nowe ścieżki, nowe parki, właśnie z bujną przyrodą i też widziałem parę placów zabaw.
Nie wiem, czy to robię świadomie, ale na przykład dużo używali zieleni, kwiatków, drzew.
Gra nie jest trudna, żeby się nauczyć, a naprawdę pozwala rozwinąć kreatywność, da się tam zrobić dużo, zbudować dużo i myślę, że jest to gra tak naprawdę dla każdego, każdy coś tam znajdzie dla siebie.
Już rok gram i już mi się spodobało bardzo.
Podoba mi się z tym wszystkim, że wszyscy współpracujemy. To nie jest rywalizacja, tylko współpraca.
Graliśmy w Minecrafta w tym miejscu, gdzie dokładnie to jest to, co budowaliśmy. Ja byłam tutaj w Minecrafcie w ogóle nie dało się w ogóle wejść. Minecraft Gdańsk w przyszłości. Budowaliśmy Gdańsk przyszłości. Budowaliśmy w Minecrafcie Gdańsk w przyszłości. No i mam nadzieję, że tak będzie wyglądał. Wybudowaliśmy tam, jak chcieliśmy, żeby wyglądał kiedyś Gdańsk. Fajnych projektów wszyscy zbudowali. Dużo fajnych propozycji było też. Mam nadzieję, że większość z nich zostanie wprowadzone.
To było życie, które teoretycznie nawet można by było zbudować normalnie. Nie były to jakieś ogromne zamki, tylko nie wiem, kawiarnie, jakieś tam wiatrak, był domki.
Każdy pomysł był fajny. Zbudowałem kolorowe światła. Jakby mieszkali w pałacu, to ten domek by był zbudowany, to po co mi byłoby w pałacu, będę musiała enchantować, wszystko takie rzeczy. Najbardziej spodobał mi się chyba rollercoaster w powietrzu, połączony z latającym statkiem pirackim. Super było fajnie, bardzo fajnie. Wszyscy się dobrze bawili. Ogólnie polecam takie zajęcia. Tak, to bardzo fajne były zajęcia. Moja mama je znalazła w internecie i zapisała. Dajcie suba i łapkę w górę.
Okay, well, I think you can see there then the enthusiasm for the kids and the kind of work and the creativity that I think is common to a lot of the workshops that we had. It didn't matter which of the countries we were in and how we were working. there is an engagement and a creative aspect that just sort of is naturally parallels with the kids and what they want to do in their sort of fantasy life. And in particular, we, in these final projects, these last ones that you can tell through the masks and all of that, that were just before the summer, we wanted to think not just of recreating heritage and sort of reconstructing cities, but really going more toward this imaginative future, so what they would think of and what's in their minds and what do they think about. So that's why I guess you can have a giant roller coaster in the middle of Gdansk. And also, if you saw some of the other things like a mushroom house and a golden palace and all these things. And I think it speaks to the kind of inspiration that we can get from the kids, but also, as I said, the enthusiasm and the way they cooperate and work together. So it's a nice way to think about that. And we tried here now in our studio to also then figure out some final ways to do that. So I already talked about what they were, but I just wanted to share just a few snapshots then of some of the activities we did. So this was from the very first day here in the studio, where we had invited, or when I say we, I mean our Riga organizers, Janis and others, who found some kids who could come and play the final game that we worked on, which was the Minecraft scavenger hunt. That was a sort of cumulative project because it allowed us to use the Minecraft worlds that had been used in previous workshops where kids reconstructed historical monuments and other architectural features that were recognizable throughout Riga, but then try to combine it with something new to test what we could have them do. As I said, not just simulate the city or rebuild it, but also use it in a different way. So we created this kind of scavenger hunt where they would find the different monuments in the city, but also then ask questions about climate change. And then depending on their answers, and again, you couldn't really lose in the quiz actually, which the kids figured out too quickly. They could scroll through the answers and find the right one. That then they could, then they gathered a reward, which was a puzzle piece, and then in the end reconstructed a sort of picture on site. So I saw that several of you had an opportunity to play the scavenger hunt, which is great. I thought it was a really innovative way to think of what you can do in Minecraft, but also to showcase the beautiful work that the kids did in reconstructing some of this. It's fascinating to me, like how detailed a lot of the worlds are that they created, and you can definitely recognize the landscapes as you're moving through them in your electric car. So the kids played that. I will say that the game, the partners who helped us with this, the eSport, the Skula, people who brought in these machines and did the work, are going to put the scavenger hunt online. We'll try to find that information for you so that you can actually, it'll be accessible for a month. Currently it's in Latvian, but we do have the English translation since I wrote the quiz first in English and they translated it. So we think we might be able to have both up there along with some of the other materials that we had. So that's great. And I'm very grateful to have the guys who were there, who also then allowed some of you, as I said, to play the games and also just to see the other worlds that we made. Or just to see how Minecraft itself functions. So some people who already knew how to play, some of you adults who were here with us came in and played, but also there were a few folks on the right of the screen there. Claudia, who had not played Minecraft before, also got a lesson, and it was interesting to actually watch and to see the kinds of skills and literacies that one needs to begin to think about how these tools work and how what might seem natural to kids is not always natural to adults, but also to kind of observe the learning process of that. So it was really interesting to watch folks participate in that. Okay, there we go. And then the other activity that we had was our board game, which we've talked about, the City Builders board game. Again, we're really grateful to have some of you participate in that. But I'm just wondering, actually, maybe Victor and Vanya, can you come up for a second? Because I don't want to talk about your game without you, actually. I don't know if that one is on.
Hello.
Hi. It is, okay. So Victor and Vanya, who came with me sort of from Sweden and by way of Peru, for Vanya, but who've been working on the board game. And again, I think a lot of you had a chance to talk to them about it. But I thought maybe you could just say something a little bit about what the design process was for you and how you worked with Riga, but also how it helped you or not, or what you learned from the sessions and the workshops while we were here.
All right. Well, I can just introduce us. We are. I'm the first half of another team, which is the team that developed this game, and Vanya is the other half. And well, this game, I don't know. Maybe I should just say something quickly about the design, because not all of you were here to test the game yesterday. And for you, it's a board game, as you can see, which is it's primarily developed for, but not exclusively at all, primarily developed for children. And it is to introduce the topic of urban planning in a fun and engaging way. And it was originally developed, like the basic concept of it was developed for a town in Sweden, a medium-sized town, and they had some problems with population growth and a lack of citizen participation in urban planning issues. So this game was, the original concept was made to promote that. And then we got to make this version, which is for Sarkendaugava, which is quite a different place from the town where we originally developed the concept, which forced us sort of, or let us develop the concept further, find new possibilities with the same design. So that was really fun, and that's something that we want to keep doing. So if someone is interested in being a partner, I can just add it here. If you want to be part of developing this concept further and see where we can apply this in other parts of the world, or know someone who do, then grab on to me before I disappear today. What was more?
I just thinking, because we did have, well, the development a little bit, but also just like how, because you had the opportunity now to test it here in Riga with some people who knew the neighborhood, some who didn't. As I said, it was customized to this specific neighborhood. So any thoughts on what you learned or what you saw?
From here, partly from the design process itself, before we even got here, we just had to flip some parts, because this Sarkendaugava do not suffer from population growth that is hard to meet the demands for. It's the opposite, right? It suffers from population decline, so we had to approach or handle that issue instead with the same design somehow. And then what we played, some things that were interesting yesterday, and thank you to the people, some of you were here playing, for coming by and play. It was interesting to see how you, for example, treated, we have some traditional architecture spots on the board, which you can remove to build new things there. But in order to preserve it, some players took the initiative to say, no, I'm not removing this or replacing this or building something new in the same neighborhood. I'm taking this and I'm turning it into something new and giving it new life. And that was really fun to see. So now we want to change the design for this board game, and because we want to make that a part of the game itself, right? So that was fun to see. Something else that we reacted to. We also had we also have these parking lots that you're supposed to place around town, and it gets cramped from building parking lots all over the town. And in Sweden, they are usually not underground, but here they are. So some people just build a house on top of a parking lot, and they're like, it's an underground parking lot now. And that was really fun, so that's also something we want to include. So just this varying ways to build cities and stuff. Changes the gameplay and changes how it's played, and it was really fun to see that it's like a player-driven change of the game design. Yeah, that's something that we want to bring with us into next iteration of this game. And now we're leaving this game here for Riga as a gift. So we're going to wrap it in bubble plastic later and leave it here. And if we wish something is, because this game is made for school children, primarily, especially school children in Sarkandaugava. So we ask those of you who work with this to help us make sure that it actually ends up in their hands, so they get to play with it, so it doesn't just end up in a conference and then is forgotten somewhere. It would be really great if it were to be played by these children until it breaks. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, both, for your... Yes, and so now we just have a few minutes. I know we're a little behind schedule, but we had sort of promised to launch our, or give you a glimpse of the launch of this new platform that we've been working on. So I think, which we're calling the Baltic Sea Region Minecraft Project. So is Kirsten online with us somewhere, or can we?
Yes, I'm online.
There you are. Okay, hi. Okay, I have to stand here so I can. Kirsten has been working along with the team from her company, Sunscale Studios, to help us create this interface, which we can use to share some of the work we have in Minecraft and to encourage others to do that. So it would only make sense that, again, as the representative of the company, that she can share some of the insights. So do you want to maybe just either share the main screen? This is, by the way, I just say, so this is a demo version of our project. It isn't fully implemented yet. It will be in a few weeks. By the end of the project, it's online, but we wanted to show you the features and how it works. So maybe you could, can you start us off?
I'll just jump right in and share my screen. Let's see. Like so.
Yes, okay, so now we can.
So do you want to take this, Lisa, or should I just talk a little bit about it?
Well, I just say something quickly while you're seeing. So the opening is so it's an animated map of the Baltic Sea region, with the idea being, and you can hear the sound. Sorry, we're doing this over Zoom. So, but where you can see there are sort of pins on the maps that right now represent the countries and the cities, rather, in which we've been working, which ultimately, if you select them and zoom in, you can start to see some of the work from the projects that are in each of the cities. And there are also, as we'll see when we look more closely, places that are quote unquote under construction, with the idea being that we will increasingly add new projects as they come onto the map, depending on where they are. So do you want to say a little bit about the interface and the work that you did, Kirsten's, just starting here before we go deeper?
Yeah, well, pretty much.
Maybe we can turn the sound down a little bit now. It's hard to hear.
Turn off the sound.
Yeah, I can. Let's see if I can mute this for a while. Oh.
Yep.
Like so. So I think it's muted now. I hope.
Yep.
But pretty much it's an overview of the Baltic Sea region. And the interface as it is right now is with a few information buttons, with a few logos, and pretty much just the map needs to be filled sort of a situation, with the example here with the under construction places.
Yeah, so there are, go ahead.
And you can it's an interactive map, so you can click stuff and tiny fishes jump out of the water, the airplane make noises, the tiny ferry also makes noises, and the birds tweet and stuff like that.
Yeah, the sound is off right now, so there's atmospheric music and the birds are tweeting. You can capture them. You click on the fairies and they make fairy noises and plane noises, other things to sort of engage you. Do you want to say a little bit about just the art style? Kirsten is one of the graphic designers who worked with this.
Yes, I can say a little bit about art style. We're 3 people in the studio. We had to change programmer at the middle of the project, but it's pretty much our sound music guy. It's me handling the graphics and the programmer doing what needs to be done, pretty much. So the graphics are sort of influenced by Minecraft with this pixely, edgy little vibe to it. Still not as textured as Minecraft is, because Minecraft's texture is pretty pixel-like, and it would be kind of confusing in this sort of setting. So it's a little bit more cartoony in the vibe. The buildings and stuff like that have the basic shape, but we don't want to get in trouble with copy pasting too much information, keeping it simple yet not too boring, pretty much.
Yeah, and so each of the cities, as I said, when you click, you'll go down a little deeper and see that, but there are also some recognizable landmarks that some of the artwork is based on that, again, add a little bit more customization. So, for example, maybe if we go to Riga or to Gdansk, or do you want to, you can either show, yeah. Again, we have the sound off right now, but when you click on a pin and you go down into a map and you see the information, there's also music, national music. And sometimes, again, there's atmospheric sound of voices and other things that are added in order to make it feel a little bit more interactive as you go. There's a gallery of images. You can click on each of the images to get a broader view. There can be captions and other things that are on there. Right now, we've got some of them just as holding places to test screenshots, things from workshops. You can go through, and these can be continually added to in order to get some of the information and share what we have. And then you also can get the text page. So there's an information page. If you close the galleries, there we go. So again, so for example, information about each of the projects, a scrollable page which gives information and can provide links out to the other works and other videos. We've collected a lot of material from people's projects, but they're also placed on their own project pages, and so we're talking about how to consolidate and how to separate some of that together, with the idea being that this provides the interface to link out to the work, but it's not necessarily in the application, because that way it can also be continually added to. It's scalable in a way that we don't have to come in and reprogram how it works. So that, for example, as she clicked on the link there, you can see you can go to the already very robust website that's been created, for example, for the game of Gdansk. And again, that for each of the projects. When we get the actual website online and launched again, we're madly now scrambling in these last few weeks to make sure that we get some basic information for each of the existing projects out there, but then also talk about ways that we can promote this site in a way that the idea is to encourage other people to play. So many of the resources that have been captured already have materials that we can share. You can get the maps, you can get instructions, you can get materials, again, about the workshops we've had, how to think about them, how to think about the technical details. And I've been talking since I've been here with the folks from the Urbcultural who want to work with us to help with this platform and to share a lot of their information and resources, and have offered to sort of even possibly host this site in a way so that we can make sure that we kind of cooperate and go forward from there. Kirsten, is there anything else you would like to?
Yeah, I can show some of the modules if you want.
Maybe just a few models, just to see the process behind when I say that some of it is customized.
Yes, let's see here. So here, for example, are some models that's made for the game. So it's the St. Mary Cathedral of Gdansk. It's the St. Peter's Church from Riga. It's the Kiel Opera House, Kiel Theater. Caesar's, I think it's the Caesar's Castle Manor. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. And for Sweden, we chose the Marine Museum in Karlsborg.
So again, some of those appear sort of on the map. Go in.
So yeah, that's pretty much what I have to say, I think.
Okay, but then I think maybe that gives a snapshot of what we've been working on, and we can answer some questions about anything you would like to talk about.
Thank you, Lisa, and all who presented. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. And a question session, or maybe comment session, because I believe some of you also worked with Minecraft during the project. Yeah, Jekaterina and Olaf. Okay.
It was very interesting to see both the process in Gdansk, how kids were perceiving this game. It was really inspiring, and then you want to jump in and also to try it. But I have the question for the game team, board game team. Do you think about making some presentational video about the game itself, the process of this board game? Because then it will be much more easy to disseminate to the partnering countries. We would really love to have it.
Hey, yeah, that's a great idea actually. And the thing that we sadly didn't get to do now was what I mentioned before, is to play with school children, because the previous versions we had in Sweden, we had the whole town, all the children between 7 and 10, I think it was, in the whole town got to play the game, and we got so much interesting data and also documentation from that. Sorry? And we managed to write an academic paper on this, which was appreciated as well. So, and I think that would be great promotional material. We'll see if we can get something like that, because we want to conquer Europe with this game. We want to have more children play this game. And also, mind you, we have a lot of adults and city planners who play this game, and they say, and they've been saying that, well, this makes us talk about exactly the same things that we do when we talk with politicians in our hometowns. So maybe we should do some promotional material for urban planners as well. Yeah, good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Ekaterina. Next question from Olaf.
Yeah, I think it's exciting to see the site here, which is both documenting what has happened and the resources which are there, but it's also, I think, as I understand it, also inviting that you can interact, in the sense that you can download some of these maps which we have been produced by the project, and which is from the 3 areas, you know, in Kiel and Riga and Gdansk. I was just thinking, I wanted to ask how much, in terms of interaction, you know, if is there any, because of course our project is ending, and how in terms of this the host of this, how much you foresee it can be used, you know, in terms of time, and if there's any things to consider in terms of how, if there's more, I know there are more maps other people have produced, you know, so in terms of interaction and how this could be, but since this is now a small community in the cities, you don't know how this will sort of be used and shared. But do you have any thoughts about that, which would be worth to know about? Because we can also here in this group here, be part of even here in the last stretch of this project, share it according to what is meaningful in your plans.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that there are so many resources and so many ways to think about the interaction. It's so the sort of platform allows you to access some of those interactive media. I mean, it's interactive in and of itself in sort of small ways that animated in order to do that, but puts you in touch with and allows you to really visualize and see how through the other materials, how this interaction happens and so on. And that's, for example, one of the reasons why I mentioned the Riga folks who helped us host the Minecraft workshop here. They are documenting and they are creating all kinds of interesting ways, and like our game, for example, that will be available online so that people can play it, and have other ideas for interactions and documenting the process through which they held these building competitions and so on. So I think it's a repository of resources that can be shared, but also as a way to just continue the conversations about how we can use these interactions. I think it would be a great sort of starting place for the idea again for the future. When I was talking yesterday and the other days, like to people like Magda and others, and even earlier to the Kiel project, which again would love to continue doing the work, but right now doesn't necessarily have some of the resources. We're talking about the fact we'd love to have like some sort of little summit where we all can come together and continue to talk about, but what are the future things that we can do together, because we're already inspired to do that. So I hope what will happen is we continue to build the ways in which you can interact and how you can use it in sort of pragmatic ways, more than just, here's a map or, I don't know, I think we're getting creative thinking about that. So I hope so. That's the plan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lisa, and thank you everybody on this panel. One of the last round of applause, please. It's going to be fun. And we are about to begin, the very last section of this conference, also the last section of today. And these are going to be the sum up and closing remarks from reporters and also hosted by Trevor. But before that, I would like you to open the last Mentimeter. And I see that Anastasia had a question on Zoom. Since Anastasia is also one of the reporters, probably you can, Anastasia, ask the question when you're going to be participating in the last panel. But anyway, the question is, share a quote that struck you the most during this conference. Yeah. So is there anything that you still remember through those 2.5 days? Is there something that you think you should take or you ought to take with you when working with cultural planning and with working with probably something completely different than cultural planning? Is there something that you believe would be worth using also after this conference is over, after this project is over, or something that someone said? And it's about pollination, cultural pollination. I think we all remember this from Trevor's mouth. So this is the first quote. So I'm going to give you a little intro to this. So again, menti.com, 5642821. And you can write the quote. You don't need to write the author of it. And I'm gonna just leave this open for a while, and I would like to see a few more ideas when this sum up panel is over. Artists can be community drivers. Yes, they can. Okay, good. I think while this is open, this is going to be open throughout the session. So when you have something really, really urgent to write down, please do. And I really hope we can return to this Mentimeter at the end of the panel, have a few more ideas, and then probably also a few more last comments. Trevor, the floor is yours. Also, you're going to be moderating this. And yep, here you go.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, for the last hour of the last day of the last event of the last year of this 3-year project. So let's try and keep going for the next 60 minutes. And we have invited, or you have invited, 5 people to sum up. They've been listening and thinking and talking and chatting, and I'd like them to come up here, if they're all here, apart from Anastasia, who is behind us on the big screen. Anastasia is a sociologist and PhD candidate. We've met her before, particularly in the conference at Riga. I think she's very active and very, very much present. Then we have Renata, and Renata, I'm not quite sure is here, is she?
Nope, I believe she's not.
And is she online then?
Nope, I believe she's not.
Okay, so Renata is not with us, but we have Jana, who is already out in the aisle and getting ready to come down. And Jana has been with this project since the start of it, where she was the cultural director of Pori and is now several persons in one, still working with the Union of the Baltic Cities and chairperson of Cultural Planning Finland and working with the Global Art Point. Then we have Christian, who you've already met a few times. He opened this conference and more or less, and he's now going to help close it. And his view will be looking from the Oslo Architectural Triennale. And then we have Lucy, who is actually Lucina, but gets translated badly into Lucy. I hope she's okay with that. Who is a Gdansk-based artist and looking from the artistic point of view. So 4 people with 4 different points of view, and I've asked them to put their thoughts together we're having 3 short rounds, and the first round is going to be on this notion of the basic format or the basic module of cultural planning, this trilogy of working with the city, working with the community and working with artists, and the synergy between them, the relationships, the power balances, and the collaboration. This has been like a theme all the way through, and each of these has been translated into very, very different models. We have everything from very centralistic to very diverse, very personal, to very corporate models, but they've all been present in each of the models. So I think, could you give your perspective on this, and does this make sense? And what have you taken from this? So I think we're going to start with you, Anastasia, on screen, as you are not here, and maybe could lead on this perspective. So you have 2 or 3 minutes each, and then we hope there's going to be some time afterwards to give some responses. So it's quick fire answers and not long monologues, as we know. Okay, Anastasia.
Okay, hope you can hear me. I just wanted to say quickly that I was invited to take notes of all the input, and I have now this document of 52 pages in Word, so it will be quite difficult to summarize it, but it's all amazing ideas that are in this document. So what I learned, I must say that first is that cultural planning is going in parallel with the time, as we are entering this age of precarity, and many governments find themselves in the situation of crisis. That's where cultural planning comes as a very actual and very practical tool. And this model of relationships between local authorities, communities, and cultural operators is also changing a lot and opening up a lot. So that's definitely an opportunity for cultural planning. And governments become more reliable on inviting citizens and cultural operators because they need new methods, as we heard. They need more resources and more human resources, financial resources, because also maybe in this network we had some privileged cities who have more power and resources, but we also in Europe have a lot of cities that are for decades in budget deficits, and they just don't have any options other than rely on NGOs and citizens' ideas and also volunteering. That's definitely a very good chance for cultural planning. And as we've seen, it already brought a lot of practical solutions. And I also wanted to say that when we see this kind of strategic approach from cultural operators and communities to enter cultural planning, like for example in Pori, we've seen that they collaborated with city center development, so they saw this opportunity to enter from this angle. And in Vilnius, for example, Ekaterina said that they wanted to develop this idea for the typical block house and neighborhood that can also be applied in other parts of the city. So I think that's a very good starting point to really tackle these lags. And of course, it's like a more strategic vision is more an advanced step. And but as I remember Diana said that now these 3 years of prototyping has really allowed them to come to this stage of being strategic and having more sustainable vision. So yeah, I think that's enough from my side for now.
Okay, great, thank you. Maybe we just follow the list as it's printed here. So maybe Jana, would you mind carrying on? You want the, here you are, sorry.
Thank you. I would like to start with thanking, because this is an amazing trip. I haven't been part of it all the way, but what I feel is I feel very honored and humbled. You know, what you have achieved. It's amazing. So, my point is that cultural planning is actually the way how we bring culture in center of all decision making on all levels. So thus we need. I have earlier on preached that the culture needs to be on all levels of decision making, but cultural planning is a very effective tool to do that. And Trevor was asking about the triangle. So I think the core is always the people, whatever part of the triangle these people present. And what I love to see and what I think is very important is actually make the triangle square so that we have research and universities, they play a very important role. And this is always the way I've seen, like when working with politicians, so they want more in-depth information, and this applies to local, regional, and national politicians. So that is what they always ask for, more in-depth information, research. And then there is a question about the kind of networks. Sometimes the networks, they work on paper, but they can be really, as said here earlier on, non-contacting networks. But then there are the not known networks, what are of interest, to me anyways, because they can and they will fill this void. And then that's where the new happens. And it seems to me that when there is a connection with universities to students and other forms of research, so the framework is more solid. And then my own feelings, my private feelings, like these are like with exclamation mark. Always pay the artist. always support the activist. Always listen to person who is criticizing you. And to my mind, this using cultural planning is, like I said here earlier, democracy in making. And this is a very important point for me. Thank you for now.
Thank you very much. Christian, would you carry on from there?
Thanks.
Sorry, we're jumping over you.
I also want to congratulate you with an impressive achievement, with a lot of interesting projects, a lot of serious work. I have an old heart for cultural planning, and I know that it takes a lot of sweat to get anything done, so thumbs up for that. That being said, I also see these events from the outside, so I have not real knowledge about what actually have happened in these different locations, so I will have obviously a lesser degree of knowledge of what's been on the ground. So I guess the beauty and the frustration with cultural planning as such is that it is process and actor fragile, right? So it's never better than the process and the actors involved, because it's quite often exactly that it's not based on a building or an object or a defined project. It's exactly the porosity that's the beauty of it, but it's always also what makes it sometimes hard to grasp or communicate or share beyond the people who have actually tried it in a way. So again, maybe being a little bit personal, my own dream is that we can move cultural planning, let's say, closer into the middle of the game, of the field. So let's say, can we do a Joe Biden on cultural planning in a way? And that would maybe mean that we would have, I don't know the word in English, but what's, if you have 5 in a square? What is that in English? Hvad er en femkant in English? It's a pentagon figure, right? Because I keep thinking, and it is dangerous, but why are there never any businessmen present? Where is business? And it's just like businessmen make the world go around, and I hate it, and I become more anti-capitalist by the day. But it's just a fact. So that's the question I would like to ask, at least when we have the third theme here, is like, is there any way to connect more with business and money without losing the soul of cultural planning? I think that's a difficult question. But anyways, I want to ask that question. So yeah, I think I'm going to leave it at that for this first round. Maybe a final remark is that I do think that it is exactly that, and that's, let's say, the achievement or the agenda that's put forward by cultural planning is exactly mediating more bureaucratic and formalized structures, and these around the corner, the secretive, the informal, the random, the felt, the crazy, which I think is also the beauty that, of course, we need to somehow take care of. Yeah, that's enough for now.
Yeah, okay, and the voice of the artist. You have to represent all artists when you're speaking. Now you have a lot of a lot of responsibility. Okay, Lucy. Yeah.
Yeah, I will talk from my perspective only. So I know that there are some artists in the audience. So if you would like to add something or you disagree, then please say. Thankfully, I'm away from the. Thankfully, I'm away from the process of talking to local authorities when I'm invited to the project. So it gives me a lot of creative space to work. But I know that for my producers, for example, in Lithuania, although this is not the only European project, like a big one that I was in, it was kind of a big struggle to be prepared to help us to make those projects and also fill the needs of the European projects. It was quite a tricky thing to complete. And just to be brief, I would like to highlight that cultural planning for me is always asking, what can I learn from you when I come to a certain location, and be very humble of where I am and be careful not to give opinion as well, as I'm not from there. And yeah, what can I learn from you, and what can I do for you, and how can I be helpful? So being humble and not arriving as a star artist, that's most important for me in this work.
Okay, thank you. Any immediate reactions, responses to some of this which have been said? Or should we move on?
Maybe a little comment from me.
Yeah,
to
sorry.
Christian. I'm here in the middle.
Yeah, you're there, all right.
A business involvement is an important thing, but of course we also would like to know how to control it, how to not control it, but probably channel it in a way that it doesn't take it over, because we all know business can take over pretty fast, and it can become the dominant element of everything that it touches. Maybe there are some ways how to introduce business, entrepreneurship into cultural planning, but in a way that it also respects other elements.
Yeah, Liva would like to maybe carry on or touch on another point?
Yeah, on the business side of culture, I think a lot of the cultural drivers in our projects, or at least in Riga ones, will agree that the business part of culture here is bar and drinks and party, and that is how things go. That's the way the culture sector works, and sometimes this is really dangerous. We can see that in placemaking. Me and Free Riga, we've been in placemaking business, and it's really hard to manage and balance the bar life and the culture life, because sometimes they mix, sometimes they don't. And if you're not careful enough, really the bar will take over. So what is the other business part of culture rather than drinks, right? What is this cultural production, that we can, what is this added value that someone is able to purchase? And of course, this is hard because culture should be accessible, and if we're going into selling tickets, it becomes a product that you consume, and this is also something, it's not so accessible, so it becomes against our own values, and that's why there is the bar, and yeah, so we're in this kind of vicious cycle about, maybe someone has an answer, but that's kind of my...
Christine, you want to take on that?
Yeah, I think I'm also thinking beyond the business of culture, but let's say the evil developers, to whom I'm personally very skeptical, but some of whom are also progressive, and I'm still dreaming of getting the best of the dark side, convinced or at least inspired, because I do sense there's also an interest in those environments. So I'm thinking beyond, let's say, just the business of culture, but also real estate, for example, and commercial projects. And it's also a fact of life that, I mean, the marketplace, or I mean, we go to bars, we buy shoes, so there's sometimes a fear, which I understand, because commercial actors are often greedy and capitalism is brutal, but I just find that if we want more power, we need to get our hands a little bit more dirty. But I also know it's super difficult. And I think it can also be fair enough to say maybe exactly not. Maybe this is a zone where we don't do it. I just think it's an interesting question, at least.
I still had a question, or like a comment. Sorry, Trevor, very short. I do think that it's very important what Martin mentioned, Leva, because I mean, let's face it. I mean, I'm working for 30 years in cultural planning, so I am living a business model as a freelancer, and others as well. I mean, Trevor as well. Others are doing exactly that. So I think also that is business. It's not only the bar, also that is business, because it's my business. I'm living from it. And I think we do have to really talk about that, about the cultural production in it. We have to talk about the models coming out of it, and how do we, the ones who are doing it, on the one hand still have the opportunity to do it, and at the same time also like not for sure having what Martin was mentioning. I'm also extremely scared of that, like when the big consultancy agencies coming in and then starting to like carry out a business that actually should be done tailor-made as Lisi was also like mentioning it, it needs to be humble, it needs to be at place, and you need to be very careful and sensitive. All of this cannot be guaranteed by those institutions and organizations, companies. So, yeah.
I think we're talking about capital on different levels and different types of capital here.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, so but I think this this question is what immediately comes to many placemakers' mind is this typical gentrification kind of cycle, which we're all a bit afraid of, and this is why we have maybe perhaps a question about the role of capital and the role of the businesses in this. But of course, places like this will never survive unless they have a business plan, unless they think economically, and if they're not able to take investment and turn this investment into something, this place will never progress and never live. On the other hand, you do have the reality is that maybe many cities in many places in the Baltic states or many countries have given way from the public planning to the liberal, you might say, market-driven development of cities. So we have that question. So I think it is very, very different at what level we're talking about capital, but capital can never be left out of the equation. And of course, whether we're talking about triangles or squares or pentagons or whatever, capital is always an underlying factor and uniting factor. But those questions also, Magda wanted to say something as well, and it's probably also about this.
Yes, I wanted just to refer quickly to our experience with interaction with developers during the project Memory of Water, which was also an international project in which we focused on the post-industrial area of the Gdańsk shipyard. And there we collected visions from people of art, culture, academia, of course, shipyard workers, citizens, activists, and we invited other stakeholders who are, of course, interested in developing this area. So mostly developers who are the owners of this grounds, and the city of Gdańsk, and historians, etc. And we called this the results of this process we called Dreams to Fulfill, and at each there were 3 summaries of the process, and at each the representatives of developers were present, artists, and on this basis we are going to shape the area. I don't know if it's culture washing like greenwashing, I don't know. But if they take our words, if they take our ideas and think that they're their own ideas, that was our plan, that they start talking our language. And, you know, as a linguist by education, I believe in Sapir-Whorf hypothesis that language determines your thinking. So if they adopt our language, then perhaps their thinking will change as well. But they were invited at every stage of the process.
Good, okay, well, let's leave that. And
there's a question from Olaf as well.
Olaf? Well, I can't see you, sorry, I can't really see.
Here's Olaf standing, right? The microphone is coming.
As long as I hear Olaf, that's better. I don't have to see him.
Here you go.
His voice will penetrate the darkness, yes.
I think I'm going to use this in the Mentimeter section.
No, it was more comment. I mean, I think we took the departure in this project on communities which are challenged in different ways. And where maybe you need to start another point, from another point of view of having a big investor come in and invest or that kind of logic. So I think I'm just sort of maybe saying that, I mean, one of the challenges when you have a method which is not really, I have felt before this project that, and I think one of the reasons was that cultural planning was a subcultural sort of phenomena, which was not so strongly sort of applied. And if you want to lift it beyond that, you do need to find ways where also cities, in just a small way, can invest in these kind of processes, also in communities which have these diverse challenges. And all communities have these kind of challenges. But of course, if you can, of course, the business dimension will come in. Then I don't want to repeat what Trevor said, because it's a question of when and where and how and so on. So I think it's actually. But if there is a flow of a little money, then those who can facilitate these processes, if they could just be paid, if they could just, because you cannot just have artists or creative people facilitate these things here without any sort of a small investment. And there's quite a lot invested in urban development around, our region. So just if a small portion could go to this area here. Of course, it has to be justified, and there has to be methodologies and so on. But I think that we have done here, and we have actually been making relations so that we can go to the next step. I think that should be the goal.
Okay, thank you. I think if Bore was here, they would say our project with the. Is there somebody else in the darkness?
No, here. I just
okay.
wanted to add something to what you have said. That yes, I absolutely agree that the artists. There's a lot of a lot put on the artists during this project, and very often what I have observed is that I approach a project, and while trying to complete it, I have a feeling that it's not the right order. That in this community, first there should be a social worker or some sort of, well, I don't know the correct word in English, but like a therapist, someone who can work with this community on a completely primary base. And then artist projects can be introduced. And I think that this hasn't been, I haven't heard during this conference any mention about this, actually. And this is a very important case as a person who is on this front line, who's knocking on the doors and communicates with people and invites them to the projects. And yeah, this is super important.
Okay, it's a slightly different point, but it's really very relevant. I just want to close off the discussion about, you might say, the role of capital. And I think if Pori was here, they would say our project in the city centre was actually based on the commercial life of the city. And our model did include businessmen, and it would be for the sake of business. Or keeping the city alive. I think it's really, it comes down to a question how you define your community and who wants to be part of the community. And if they want to be part of the people who define themselves are part of a community, they of course have to be taken in on the process. So let's close that one perhaps, but I think you're opening up for something else which I think is really important, is that the role of the artist can be also multifaceted and also bring with it the hope of a total solution, and that you are once also repairing physically, but mentally, historically, geologically, or whatever, what has gone wrong. And this idea of the artist as a fixer of something you can use as a kind of a in between the gaps, and you have to take on this responsibility without the necessary backup or resources or connections, is of course quite awesome. And this is also the case why it's often difficult to get artists to work outside the artistic sphere or the cultural sphere which they can control. This is our world, and go into the public sphere, because as soon as you're in the public sphere, you are at the service of the public. And it's the public debate, the public whatever, and the public media. It is also very obvious what you're doing. As we said, this public sculpture discussion is because it was a public sculpture, not a discussion in a museum. You are protected. There's no protection for the artist. You are very vulnerable, and you have to have this life support system around you. So what you're saying here, I know it's going across the agenda, is that you didn't feel that. Now, I think we should have some response on that somehow, also, because what I've seen is generally, I think, is there's been an awareness of this, but of course one doesn't know how this plays out. On the other hand, it's sometimes good to just jump in and react to it and not be prepared, because the voices have also been saying that as soon as we start to play, to sort of manipulate or to play social worker or whatever, then you have the reaction from the community. So how do you not get into that situation, and how do you retain your independence, but how do you accept that you have a responsibility for complex social, political, urban processes? Do you want to say something more about that, or should I throw it out?
I think it would be interesting to compare the different artistic residencies we have had and which ones. I mean, Trevor, you're working so much with artists, hundreds of artists every year, and some of them are very eager to jump into this unknown, and they are very confident that they don't have to solve the problems, even though the people would come firsthand with their most burning issues, and it's like you can't solve them, but okay, let's talk about something else, and you have to like sweep it under the rug. But some artists, maybe they carry this burden, they want to solve it, and some artists, I know in our project, they have gone in there and they keep them to themselves and they produce something individually and they just put it out there and they don't actually try to make that interaction. And it's just different ways of working, I guess. I don't know if there are people here who have had different experiences and maybe you have been disappointed that artists didn't do enough or they did too much, they got too involved. It's, I think we can look into our project specifically and see the different models.
Yes, we were talking also with Lucina during the breaks and found out that it's even a separate topic for separate discussion and conference of how participatory arts are developing right now. Because there are different models of how participatory arts can be applied, and there are different approaches from the side of the artist, how do they treat the communities. And there are also different strategies of how to curate the process from the perspective of local curators who are staying in the communities after the artist, if it's coming artist, it goes back. But also it's very interesting experience in a way, and I liked this proposal which came from the same beginning of this project, that we also need to include our local resources and find our local artists. And we had a very interesting possibility of having this look into the dynamics of the community and the city from outside and also from inside, because we also invited local artists. So I think that in the end, we should also have some discussions among local artists, coming artists, and it's really a huge debate which is raising right now. The more we do in participatory arts, the more questions pop up, and it's really very, very vulnerable thing, because also today we listened to Gunters, who mentioned these murals, right, and the tension between the school community and the artists. So there are so many cases to bring to the big discussion, which needs really separate seminar. Thank you so much.
Anastasia, do you have have you been listening, and do you have an input here? Oh, sorry, not to forget you.
All good, Trevor. We can go on.
Okay, we go on. Yeah. Okay, you want to get back to this and maybe wrap it up somehow?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting what you said, Ekaterina, and I would be very interested in joining a conversation. Why do you need international artists to come to the place and not only use artists, local artists?
And the local and international artists, I would also include the foreign-born artists living in the area who are also in a vulnerable situation but have a lot to give.
Yeah. That's what I meant with local artists.
Like foreign-born local, like you have a person coming from a different country who is actually living in your country, working in your country. And then you have the international artists who come from their country and go back. But there are two who are left like there, the local artist and the foreign-born artist living in the same spot. Okay.
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 Okay. Yeah, I think you've touched on a whole other issue, but which is very relevant here. And as part of that, I think it's also the question of competencies and training for artists who want to work in these specific context, which is often missing from traditional art educational programs, which is underestimated. Also, the support they need and the framework they need. So let's go.
Yeah, just to add up, maybe then here we can start talking about the role of the museums and cultural centers and different galleries and organizations that organize artist residencies, because then sometimes artists are not just freelancers, they work part of collectives, and these summer schools and artist residencies, they should be involved in the discussion. And how do they involve social work or some kind of other, are they aware of the like the local so that's also, again, I guess we touch upon this triangle, that there is also the intermediaries, not only individual artists, but
clear. And I think that's actually a really important point, because most of these projects attract independent individual artists, but there is the question of what is the role of the cultural institution in the future, and how do we get the cultural institution to take on a social urban responsibility and work outside the framework of their space. And this is again a trend which is more and more becoming reality. But are they equipped to it, and do we take notice of them? Do they have a place in this context? Let's go on perhaps to another part. Was today you had a presentation of all the different mechanisms, the urban toolkit, the roadmap, and the idea of having hubs of excellence which would take this project further. And we were talking a lot about how do you maintain the momentum, how do you secure that it is somehow still rooted and still located in the communities you've worked in, but also on maybe regional, national, even international levels. How does one then propagate this work? And how do we influence, you might say, organizations, structures, networks in this way of thinking? So basically, I'd just like you to get your response on this, and to see if that made sense to you, and where do you think, or if we left something out in this equation, in this thinking, and where do you think the possibilities are, and where perhaps also the challenges are in looking at how this model might be sort of reinterpreted and reconfigured in the future in different situations. So how do you want to respond to this? Maybe we take the other order. Maybe we start with Christian there. You all right? You want to start there?
I can say something.
Good.
No, I want to thank. I think the presentations this morning was very. I thought they were very good. I think it's good with, let's say, sharing a process is difficult. The process can be quite tedious and complex, and meetings, and you know all this kind of frustration, the fatigue you can feel from these processes. And I think it's really good to have these kind of more designerly tools that try to explain both the roadmap and the toolkit. I think it looks good, just to give it a compliment. And I think it's also important to do it, because I've been teaching in cultural planning for years, and I was talking to a few here who was like, well, how do you actually do a good cultural mapping? And still today, I don't have like 10 good diagrams lying in my slideshow. It's like, so I think we need to actually build that vocabulary and just do it better. And I think it's great also with the cases, etc. So far so good. Again, if I can be personal and maybe a little bit, I don't know, not critical, but like edgy, I do find that there's also a challenge for cultural planning to move beyond process, because process is just not sexy enough. And I get a little bit frustrated also. Yes, we need to be humble and we need to take care and all that shit, but meanwhile, the capitalists and the real estate brokers and the PR people and the branding assholes, they just push the world order, on top of us while we're being humble. So I'm a little bit like, I think we should be a little bit more open to, let's say, to use the machinery of the enemy. If we should be banal, it's not a war, but though maybe a little bit. So I just, if I should look ahead, would just hope for a a little bit more fearlessness and just let's go do it. I mean, people are actually pretty robust. Yeah, I'm just a little bit hoping for more go-getterness in a sense. And I realize, I mean, that's what you're doing. I mean, you've been out in the field and actually really, you went and did something. So I'm just hoping that we can insert that or make that clear that it's actually happening, because I think the beauty of, let's say, cultural planning, and it might be actually a problem with even the naming that we discussed several times, that cultural planning, when it's best, is not planning, it's action, it's happening, it's stuff that's on the corner that wasn't there before, and it's new conversations, and it's new rituals, and it's fun, and it's real, and you can feel it and smell it. So there's something about this whole like processy thing that, yeah, we need to keep up sexing it up, I guess.
So there's an appeal to make it, yeah, as you know, your company before was called Urgent Agency. There's a sense of, you miss the sense of urgency here. So we're tired, we're middle-aged or elderly, we are grey-haired, we are retrospective, we are introvert, and we are normative, and we are, you know, okay, you're sensing that we need this kind of new spirit. So
I want to be clear about this. One short remark. The thing is, I love this. I love cultural planning. I just wanted to make it bigger.
No, you don't love it. You're addicted to it. You don't love it at all. You're just addicted to it. So you're actually trying to get out of it, but this is addiction therapy. We need to go into shock therapy treatment, into a 7-day chill out. I think maybe this is a good room for a 7-day chill out. You know, just come out the other end. We talk ourselves to death, and then we have found the new way out of this. Jana, you're going to release us.
Yeah, I'm going to, you know, if we are getting into this passionate game now, so yes, let's do it. As Kati said, this is done with European money and that follows, that it's open to everybody. So we need to act quickly, because there are the way you and I guess Jonas said earlier on as well, that there are the voucher, the ones who come and take it. And if Magda already said that the language is within the developers, so really act fast. I have an example from Pori. We created something called the color path for children, which is the method to, you know, indulge children with visual arts from the very early age. And we did that with the money from the Finnish state. Okay, and then after, you know, when we had the method books, we had everything. Then we decided, hey, let's make this like real. And we need to, in Finland, we need to kind of ask the permission of the patent and registry organization. And they said, children's color path, well, everybody's doing it. It's a common word combination. You can't use it, but you can add Pori to it. But we didn't. So really, if you want to trademark it, do it quickly. And that might be one of the things that follows this this all. But yeah, but be careful out there. And also, we who have worked within communities, civic society, and municipalities, we are a bit scared of this kind of branding, and I think we should lose that scareness. Just, you know, go and do it.
So you also say, be more bold, recognize what you want to do, name it and call a spade, and be more critical and self-critical. So you're saying, take the gloves off in a way.
Have you read my notes?
Pardon?
Have you read my notes beforehand?
Okay. But actually, this is a new tone. I mean, you know, so we're not supposed to be so more politically correct. We know we have a good product. We know our values are okay. We know somebody needs us, so let's get out and actually put it on the table, do it. But I think this idea of actually not talking about it, doing it, is the ethos we've been working with, and maybe that's why we haven't spent enough time marketing and packaging. But okay, now I think, Anastasia, you will have something to say about this point, won't you? About what you think of how we've constructed our future models, how we believe that we're going to take over the European, you might say, urbanism, gradually and politically correct, but take it over we will. And what would you like to come in on this discussion?
Yeah, I totally agree with this approach to be bold and robust and maybe more tactical. What Christian and Jana said, but I also see for me, the beauty of cultural planning is that what we talked about is social change, that it's actually a quite long process to produce social change and change the behaviors of citizens, and especially the young generations, to actually show that maybe we shouldn't build more parking lots and shopping malls, but to show the alternatives and that they are possible. And of course, that's a very long-term process, but I liked how also Katerina said in Vilnius that now children are suggesting a lot of initiatives, and I also wanted to ask Lisa, actually, from her experience with working with kids, what are their ideas about future communities and future cities? How do they see it? Because I think that's a very powerful thing about cultural planning.
We have 10 minutes, just in case.
But that's also a call for, you're saying, a call for radicalism. I mean, radicalism in language and action, but also perhaps also in aesthetics. I mean, this point of children, and it was made not of a laughing point, but building palaces in cities. I think if you look at architects, like big architects based in Copenhagen, I mean, having ski slopes on whatever in the middle of the city is okay. So I think this idea of rethinking and being more imaginative also is actually quite interesting, because should we go in that more imagination and explosive and really on the frontiers of what might be possible to actually expand our way of thinking about cities and about buildings and about streets and about neighborhoods, or should we be within the container which is set up by the political, the bureaucratic system, or should we work on the outside of that? And we're always on the edge, but should we take a step into the future, into the impossible, into the unrealized, into the imagined? And this might be actually where it is needed, to actually have points of references which are outside the normal way of thinking and working, and not always work from the inside out. That could be a point. So that's why perhaps artists are interesting, perhaps why kids are interesting, perhaps why empty buildings are interesting, perhaps why no capital is interesting, because there we have to find other solutions. And the solutions might be here and now, what do we do? So this could mean, this could mean sort of redefining the strong points of where we are, and what this project or this theory, or what this is about. This could be an interesting way. Are there other points now we're on this future line? Maybe we should keep there because we don't want to regress into some of the other stuff. But can we take it somewhere else? Christian, would you like to?
I'd like to add a short comment on what you just said. There's kind of a tension or two aspects, of course, from the mapping and the humbleness and going into community and reading what is there, etc., and then being creative and maybe infusing something totally different and otherworldly and weird and special and personal, and I think both are very valid, and the most interesting often comes from both, right? Super empathetic reading of what's there, but also a hunch, let's go left or east, and again, I studied philosophy, so I cannot draw a straight line, but I just kind of fell in love with architects like Big, who made these crazy visions. And though I am quite skeptical to where that office, for example, is moving in terms of capitalism, I think the fascination of artists, but also architects and designers, and embracing the language of visuality is super important, because it's in the 21st century, it's all about visuality. And if we don't move towards that language and kind of own it, I think we lose. And it's also a thing where we can really help the cities, because often the fact is that the bureaucrats are simply too boring. So nobody listens because it's too long, the document or the meeting is too, it's like, so it's not about only just branding or packaging, it's about how us who really believe in culture and arts, we can make it an even more integral part of how we operate. So it's basically just, let's say, a yes to your, let's go visual, let's go artistic, but with somebody mentioned strategy here or being tactical about it. Yeah.
So somebody mentioned before this the Bauhaus, and I think that's an interesting reference point, because one of the discussions in the artistic world has been the last 10, 15 years is that do we throw out aesthetics because ethics are becoming more important? So do we go from an aesthetic understanding of the world to an ethical understanding of the world in this, what you call relational society, which is increasingly the reality? So, but how then do we create aesthetics which don't leave ethics behind? How do we find an aesthetic, ethical language format which kind of encompasses what we are doing and how we are doing it? So it's not a choice between, but it is actually a bonding between, a new contract between, a new understanding between the ethical and the aesthetics. And how do we get that new sense of responsibility and urgency in that? So in a way, I'm going back to you then, Lucy, as the only artist you are. We have captured you here. You are our captive, and you have to speak on behalf of everybody. And the ransom sum is very high at the moment, and I don't know if anybody's going to release you.
I have some good support in the audience. So.
Yeah, but this thing about, you touched on it before, aesthetics and ethics.
Yeah, I mean, I will come back to the thing that Christian called humble and all that shit. That I still think that being, just empathy and humbleness will save us. And asking these questions, how can I help you? And how can I be useful, I guess. This is still the key. I don't think much will change in this area.
My thoughts as well, because cultural planning is a very time-consuming concept in a way. We saw it as a short action. And also, but in the reality, so like in Pori, city planning was planning 25 years ahead. So you have to kind of go along with the long-term planning as well, and yet also humble. When you meet the citizens, you need to be humble, because otherwise they will turn your backs to you. They don't want any more of this arrogant approach, like I'm coming here and telling with all my beautiful theories how this should be done. So it needs to be very hands-on. You get it just, yeah, that was hands-on. And you need to be empathetic, as you said, take care of the people, and on all sides actually. And in the process, be also merciful to yourself. Is one of my, and as said earlier on here, cultural planning is also fun. It's co-working, it's inspirational to beyond any understanding. And then you have to celebrate the good vibes and revisit your results just from time to time to see what has happened, and also let other people research your results and get information back. And trust me, you will see in time coming, you will see a change in your city, and this is going to be for the good. I know, like my city, Pori, is so different. I left it 2018 with a firework, which I arranged myself. So, and now I see a totally different city. Like it's a city in making, and the democratical ways are getting stronger and stronger. Okay, blessed city of Pori.
3 minutes.
Okay, I just wanted to add that humble doesn't mean quiet and invisible.
I guess we can agree on the empathy part. I think that's really important. Maybe I'm not so humble, I don't know. But I guess it's also a question of who you're talking to. So I think the time you spend on the ground, of course you need to be kind and be nice. But I think the question is if you want to promote cultural planning into the systems of power and sell, let's say, if you want to sell a cultural planning process that costs 2 million kroner, instead of hiring some ridiculous consultants, you need to be bold. You need to say, this is great. But you need to sell it as it is with everything. And I'm sick and tired of it myself, but it's the fact of the world. And I think we really have a process and a methodology that's really worth selling. So that's what I just think we should keep on doing it. A final reflection, though, on this methodology thing, which I think is really important, that is that increasingly, and I'm sure you realize the same, it comes down to people, right? Who can actually do it? Leadership was mentioned earlier here, and I think it is also very important that you need to keep articulating how important it is that it's the right person. It's just not an artist, but it's a good artist. And basically building that vocabulary, it's about leadership, and not only, you cannot just do the 5 steps and then we fixed it, right? You need a good doctor, not just somebody with a white dress on.
Yeah, Liva?
Yeah, maybe this builds actually a bit about you just said about leadership, because I think the world is really quite disgusting in a way that our political systems work in these short-term cycles, and to be honest, people just want to leave behind them something shiny and beautiful, and that's why I think they don't hire big for whatever building they produce. They hire big to hire big, to have hired big, or to have hired another architect. And you can see that clearly also in Riga. And I think if the local political party's aspiration is to hire Assemble or to hire, I don't know, another collective that would bring a little bit of value to the place or value to the process, then that's their aspiration. And we just have to fucking rely on the egos of the guys above. And in a way...
Censored.
Sorry?
Censored.
Yeah, sorry. No, but I mean, I guess now we've really gone down to the bottom of things where this is how decisions are made, and how I guess there are some kind of middle guys who are aesthetically and ideologically kind of in this middle ground, but they're big enough and they can be sold and they can be packaged, and it's this Trojan horse, and then you hire them and they say, we're not going to do the shiny thing. We're actually going to do this whole process without an open end. Because last year we heard the story about Folketsparken in Copenhagen, where the city was like, oh, can you do and design this park in 1 year? And they said, yeah, we can come and do it, and we will do it in 4 years, and you're not going to know what the end result is going to be. And you're just going to have to sign us and hope for the best. And we just need to normalize this. We need to normalize these open-ended processes where you don't know that you're going to get the shiny object. Maybe the object's not going to be shiny at all.
Can we wrap up? We need to wrap up because there's an airport bus coming, so we need to be short.
Well, I think that's a good note to end on. About still believing in the open process, believing in believing in the future without knowing the future. So it's positive. Believing that actually creative persons, artists, are going to make something which is valuable, usable, without actually having it designed beforehand and without promising something. So I think believing in positive, open processes, and even though they may be small and they may be insignificant, it is drip, 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 and it is working in every possible open situation to improve that and to actually build on the opportunities that gives. I think this is the reality we have actually. This is our situation, whether we are cultural institutions, whether we are independents, whether we are working within civil society or within the government. I mean, this is it. We're exploiting the opportunities we have, And we're just in this honeycomb system, and we're trying to connect with each other because we still believe basically that it's still values, still ethics, which are uniting us, linking us, and the way, you might say, the aesthetics or the politics pan out is probably very, very individual, and is very, very specific with regards to the situation, the context, and the society. So I think that is probably going to be, you might say, you will say the last word, Jana. I will, I think that's what's binding us, and it is what's binding us. It is a common experience. We have been through basically this together. We have learned each other, and whether we're not maybe the dream team, but we're the team we have. And we're the team we have, and knowing the team's faults and dislikes is just as important as knowing what they can do and what they're brilliant at. So actually we know each other's faults. This sort of reality is what we're prepared to work with, and I guess it's a gut feeling of do we want to go on and how do we want to go on. I mean, that's basically it. So we will find our equations, and we will put ourselves in the equation where we want to, and whether it's a plus, minus, multiplied or divided beside us, we will have to decide that or work it out with whom we're negotiating with. So the equations are up for option. The factors, we are the main factors in this. So Jana, and you are a main factor in this. So what is your last words for this conference and the project?
My last words are...
mentioned Pori.
No way. My final words are always follow the money, but also follow your heart. And as a cultural person, keep up, know your local politics, know your regional politics, know your national politics, be aware of the EU politics, and also follow the monies on all these levels. But be true to your heart.
Okay. You want to say something? That was the last word. That was the last word. Follow your heart. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Over to you, Martin.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thanks to Trevor, to Anastasia, to Christian, Lucina, and Jana, to all the panelists. Almost the last word. I'm going to say the last word. Sorry. Yeah. But anyway, please, you can take your seat. A little technical information before we end, but there's one thing I didn't say through the process, and I think is one thing we should actually always keep in mind, especially in this century, is that we need to look at models of cultural planning for this uncertainty coming. And we know that times are going to be even more and more uncertain from now on. Last year, we had pandemic. In some countries, we have military conflicts, then there may be a governmental meltdowns, and cultural planning and culture itself becomes secondary. And these things we need to be prepared for. And that's probably my last words. Well, not like in life, but for this conference. An important technical information, this is not over. We end the main conference of Urban Cultural Planning Project. We have 2 new events coming up. Next week there's Urban Lab Denmark and Gullboxen Copenhagen, 24th to 25th of September. Please keep in mind. And Urban Lab Kiel on 29th of September. So these 2 new events are still coming up. And also, don't forget to follow us on Instagram and Facebook. It's Urbcultural and Urbcultural Planning, respectively. And it would be good that you also share some memories about this event. And I just wanted to ask the technicians to show us the last picture of Mentimeter, right? So we had these great ideas. We had some great ideas also here. Probably we can share in last minute a few things that we forgot. So this is what we got, cultural planning, and say yes. all of slide is also here. So yeah, cultural planning is tools meaningful, and be humble and shit, right? Be humble and shit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of Cultural Planning Conference. Thank you very much for the technicians. Round of applause. They did a good job. Thank you very much for food providers. Thank you very much for Riga Development Department, and especially Janis. Like, look at him, this guy. Woo! And thank you very much for producers, S-Travel, who also helped running this event. And actually, I didn't say this thing at the very beginning conference. My name is Martin. Hi. Thank you. The conference is over. Bye, everybody on Zoom. Still a thing about the bus. It leaves at 3:30 if you want to go to the center and then to the airport. So you have not that much time. Thank you very much. See you on the streets and neighborhoods.